The energy transition won't happen overnight.
This is where we are.
But it's actually already happening, step by step.
Small steps, big steps.
Every step delivers momentum.
And each one will take us forward. Because we are an energy technology company more than 94,000 strong.
In step with each other.
And in step with our customers across the whole energy landscape.
Providing them with what's needed for more sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy.
From renewable energy, hydrogen-ready gas turbines,
to stronger grid technologies.
And solutions for how to decarbonize industries.
We're driving decarbonization.
and increasing energy resilience.
Let's get it done.
Project by project.
Region by region.
Innovation by innovation.
Collaboration by collaboration.
We are getting there, step by step.
It's time for climate action. The future belongs to the sun. The world needs clean energy, generated in harmony with nature, leaving space for coexistence. Big challenges require great solutions. Technical innovations and wise use of spaces. Solar roofs are positive for biodiversity. Generating energy where and when it's needed. Goldback Solar is doing its part. Let's work together to multiply results.
The energy transition won't happen overnight.
This is where we are.
But it's actually already happening, step by step.
Small steps, big steps.
Every step delivers momentum.
And each one will take us forward.
Because we are an energy technology company more than 94,000 strong.
In step with each other.
And in step with our customers across the whole energy landscape.
Providing them with what's needed for more sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy.
From renewable energy, hydrogen-ready gas turbines,
To stronger grid technologies.
And solutions for hard to decarbonize industries.
We're driving decarbonization.
and increasing energy resilience.
Let's get it done.
Project by project. Region by region.
Innovation by innovation.
Collaboration by collaboration.
We are getting there, step by step.
It's time for climate action. The future belongs to the sun. The world needs clean energy, generated in harmony with nature, leaving space for coexistence. Big challenges require great solutions. Technical innovations and wise use of spaces. Solar roofs are positive for biodiversity. Generating energy where and when it's needed. Gold-backed solar.
2025 is expected to be another record year for renewable energy, with the highest ever annual increase in capacities, outpacing fossil fuels in meeting new energy demand. But there is much left to be done. Current national plans and targets fall short of the growth required to triple renewable energy capacity by the end of the decade. The greatest untapped potential for the energy transition lies in emerging markets. However, systemic barriers remain, such as limited access to financing, bottlenecks in infrastructure, and unequal participation in global energy governance. These challenges are not insurmountable. They are invitations for collective action. The Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue is the perfect platform to build bridges and find answers to the predominant questions of the energy transition. From the improvement of financing mechanisms over hydrogen and supply chains to workforce scarcity, finding collaborative solutions is essential to drive sustainable growth as the foundation of worldwide prosperity and economic stability. Let us continue the tradition to reunite global changemakers from all areas to connect, exchange, and inspire bold actions for a just and sustainable future. Welcome to the 11th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue.
Welcome to the 11th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to Day 2 of the BETD. Thank you. Thank you so much. In case you weren't with us yesterday, I am Melinda Crane, and it is a very great pleasure to greet and welcome you on behalf of our hosts, the German Federal Ministries for Foreign Affairs and for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, and our civil society co-organizers, the BEE, the BSW, Clarion, and Dana. It is a great honor to accompany you once again as moderator, and I hope everybody had a great evening. Our numbers are still a little bit smaller than yesterday, and perhaps that shows how much people enjoyed the evening reception yesterday. At any event, I'm sure our ranks will fill up as the morning progresses. We heard a brief summary just now in the film. I'll just remind everybody, in case perhaps you didn't attend all of yesterday's proceedings, we had keynotes and panel discussions that explored numerous dimensions of accelerating the energy transition, looking at how we catalyze transformation of our energy systems, even in the face of geopolitical headwinds, at how we boost investment capital and also redistribute capital flows, ensuring that emerging markets and developing economies get a larger share. Infrastructure build-out was also a key topic, including but not only with regard to green hydrogen and scaling up a market there. And we talked about the importance of shaping a transformation that is just and inclusive, that generates good jobs and takes countries' particular needs and situations into account. And today, we will be taking a deeper dive on all of those topics and more. First, let me once again thank all of our sponsors and our supporters who make the BETD and its important work possible from year to year. They include the Smarter E Europe, Siemens Energy, Inoda, Enertrag, Energy Pool, EN2X, Goldbeck Solar, and Optigrün. And I'd also like to thank our media partners. They include the Clean Energy Wire, PV Magazine Group, Euronews, and Tagesspiegel Background. For those who were not here yesterday, we have dialogue hubs after a number of our sessions in this room, and you can follow those either live in the Europazaal or virtually here in this room over the headsets that you will find on your seats, or over your own headphones using our live voice feature. And we do have barcodes for that. Here you see them on the screens. So you can access that live voice feature with these barcodes. During our breaks, you'll find refreshments outside here in this corridor. And now, let us start our day with 3 visionary women leaders who are working to shape the energy transition in their own countries and internationally, including in emerging markets, which, as we were reminded yesterday, often boast enormous solar and wind resources and yet account for a disproportionately small share of global installed renewable capacity and investment. Our first keynote speaker wants to change that and sees 3 crucial levers for doing so. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Retabile Melamu. She is a leader in Africa's green economy sector. She currently serves as the CEO of the South African Photovoltaic Industry Association, driving initiatives to promote clean energy and sustainable development across her country. And as a thought leader, she has authored numerous reports and opinion pieces and was named one of Mail and Guardian's Women Who Are Changing South Africa in the public sector. It is a pleasure to hand over the stage to you. Please.
Well, thank you very much, Melinda. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is an immense privilege for me to be standing before you this morning. And I would like to observe all protocols because I don't want to flout any. But I would like to start this very short speech with my own personal story. And this will reflect the many lives of the people in my country and those in the continent. You have already heard in my introduction that I am from South Africa, but the truth is I am a true Southern African. My family roots span the 3 nations in the Southern African region of the continent: Lesotho, South Africa, and Botswana. And just like so many of us, during December holidays, we tend to visit our families. And this past December, I visited my family in Lesotho. And in fact, Lesotho happens to be the place I was born and spent my formative years, although I have lived in South Africa for most of my life. There were 2 moments that stood out for this particular December 2024 visit. And one of those moments filled me with immense hope, whilst the other one left me with a sense deep of concern about where our communities in the continent are going. I'll start with the positive news, of course, and it really reflects the first sign of progress. Just about 10 kilometers from my family homestay in the southern parts of Lesotho, I got an opportunity and a pleasure to visit a 30 megawatt PV facility. And I think for some of you seated around the room, you may feel that that's a minute, it's not quite significant. But for a country whose peak demand is 200 megawatts, 30 megawatts is no small feat. I think the takeaway from me was that even in small countries like Lesotho, the transition is well underway. Of course, yesterday I got an opportunity to talk about my other country where I work in and the great strides that have been made there. But for a small nation of Lesotho, seeing a 30 megawatt facility was really inspiring. But that was still juxtaposed with immense amount of poverty that surrounded it. The second moment is less optimistic. And it was a stark reminder of our region's vulnerability to the impacts of climate change. The very transition that all of us who are seated around the room and are attending meetings outside are spending most of their times and their careers working on. Now, the story is, for the 2 weeks that I visited my family in Lesotho, I could count 6 hours in which we had access to running water. If you work that out in percentages, that is a mere 2% of water availability in those 2 weeks. Now, for some of us who come and go, we do feel that we feel disadvantaged, but it is by no means the experience of the people who have to live with water scarcity and water shortage every day on drought seasons. And I think what was painful to observe was that, yes, there was water shortages, but that affected food security, because the nation of Lesotho is known for subsistence farming. And everybody grows vegetables in their garden, maize, so that they can sustain themselves and their livelihoods. And so the water shortage incredibly affected the food security in the country. I'm talking about this village in the very tiny southern corner of a country that some people do not know where it is. However, it is an example of the growing crisis in most regions in Southern Africa, in most regions in Africa. And you have to live that experience to really grasp what it is like to live in a context where it is already being affected by the impacts of climate change. And I think what came to mind was that I believe that this energy transition, it's not just about reducing the carbon footprint to restrict rise in global temperatures. It's an incredibly important objective, again, for some of our developing countries, but Africa specifically. And it is also important that we use this opportunity that we have at the beginning of this transition to secure a sustainable future, particularly for the most vulnerable amongst our community. And I'll go back to that point in a couple of minutes. And admittedly, the transition is a global effort, but it's important that we emphasize that it needs to be sensitive of our local context. The context in Europe is not the same as the context in Africa. Neither is it the same as Asia or Latin America. So our solutions are going to be different. And it's upon us as leaders of these regions to design solutions that speak directly to our needs. I think what we need to think about around this transition is how does it empower the communities, the countries that we come from, and the regions to be not just have systems with low carbon energy systems, but how do they become productive? How do they become sustainable in the true sense? And how do they become resilient? Going back to my December holiday, I would want to just advance about 3 points. Whilst it was encouraging to see a solar farm so close to my home from an energy access perspective, it also raised very critical questions for me about whether this transition, energy transition, is genuinely, I'm underscoring genuinely and intentionally, used as an instrument to address the provision of basic services and contribute to the incredible levels of unemployment in our country and drive a true inclusive and equity amongst our communities across the board, not just in Africa, but globally. So I'm going to go through those 3 points in this order. Let's consider the first one about the provision of basic energy, and we know there are many. The statistic about those that do not have access to modern forms of energy have already been well articulated by the previous speakers. We probably haven't shared that of water, but it's a conversation that we can have outside. But it's food security. The levels of poverty in the continent are still incredibly high. But another concerning area is the health area. So when we think about these transitions and the interventions, we need to design them with all those aspects in mind. For instance, we can really tap into the productive use of renewable energy technology, which does not only improve energy access, addresses the basic needs of most of the economies, but it also stimulates economic and entrepreneurial activity and opportunities. And there are already good examples of where renewable energy technologies have been used in water pumping, irrigation, even in cold storage, but even across the entire agriculture and agro-processing value chain. And in other areas that provide services, in the health sector, in the storage of vaccines, in creation of jobs, through transportation solutions. And there are great organizations across the country that are already working on this. And I'm happy to have that conversation with them because I see my time is soon coming up. I'm going to conclude by making just 2 points. The second one, which is a highly contested debate in my country of South Africa, and possibly a contested debate, is the extent to which this energy transition will help address the high levels of unemployment that we're experiencing as the country, as the continent, and as the developing world. Indulge me by sharing with you the unemployment statistics in South Africa. The latest one is that 32% of South Africans are not employed. Well, that may seem like a big number, but if you go into the actual demographics and zoom into the ages 18 to 24, that goes all the way above 55%. What that means that every second young person that you meet is unemployed. It even gets worse when you go under the age of 20 to 24, 18 to 24. It's 70% of the people that haven't been employed. And so we know that our energy transition or a green economy transition holds a lot of job opportunities and potential. However, I think as these communities, what we communicate about our job potential needs to be extremely realistic. We do not want to raise the expectations and then fail. I just noted that we have tens and millions of unemployed youth just in South Africa. Imagine in the rest of the continent. Yet we are projecting for solar PV alone, which tends to be the lead generator of jobs in South Africa, that we will create over 3 million jobs up to 2030. But what the continent needs are tens and millions of jobs. So we need to manage our narrative so that we don't create false hopes as we ensure that we play our role in driving employment. I cannot leave the stage, Ma'am Melinda, by talking about another important issue that is very, very close to my heart. And that is about the inclusion and equity in this space, particularly as it relates to women and youth participation. I think what we need to ask ourselves as the community standing here is, how do we meaningfully shape the transition that truly includes young people and women? And may we not serve any lip service. We know the statistics. Not only do we know the statistics, when we come to these conferences, we experience it. Yes, the men in our community tend to be immensely supportive of the women. However, we believe that unless women have positions in the decision-making, we will not fully resolve this challenge. I'm going to mention just a couple of statistics to this effect. We know that half of the population is women. There's no brainer. In the energy sector, only 20% of women make the workforce. In renewable energy space, we are slightly better at 32%. But solar even better at 40%. But if you zoom into what these people do in these jobs, you find that they are far from decision-making power. Of course, we celebrate the women that are leading solar associations across the globe, in regions globally, and we applaud it, and we must have more of that. However, I'm of the strong view that when both women and youth are absent from decision-making, we lose the creativity, we lose the diverse perspectives, and the innovation that is necessary for lasting solutions. So we must create the spaces where women and young people are not just participants, but they are beneficiaries as well as decision makers in this place. So in conclusion, and this conclusion is directed to the developing world, especially my leaders in Africa. I think leaders, let us take an ownership of this transition. My sister, Dr. Rebecca, said one of the ways in which we could do that is to put the skin in the game. That doesn't have to be financial contribution, but we can build capacities in our organizations, especially when we transition to the next phase of this energy transition where we talk about critical minerals. We need to set our own agenda and make sure that we are the ones who drive the agenda to benefit from the wealth that our country has. Let us remember that the global agenda is our future. It is our prosperity at stake. And let's embrace the partnerships that enable this conference. But do not lose hope and sight of the fact that this is an energy transition for African leaders must be led by us, and it must be led for our own people. They said, please stop, and I thank you.
No worries. Thank you so much. Ritable Milamu, thank you so much for sharing that personal story and for your powerful message. You know, if I think back to yesterday, we heard from both UNDP and also from the African Development Bank that we will only succeed with the energy transition if we make sure to link it to development and the fight against inequality. And you've provided us with such a powerful illustration of why that is true. We go now to a next keynote speaker from who has been called the Battery Wali of India. She is a trailblazing entrepreneur with pioneering work in developing the chemistry for advanced lithium storage batteries. She's a member of the UN's Council of Engineers for the Energy Transition. She's been named Asia's most influential woman in renewable energy, and she's a fervent champion also of energy justice and equality, including equitable access to clean energy for rural communities. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Rashi Gupta, founder and managing director of Vision Mechatronics.
Namaste, guten Morgen, hello, and it's a wonderful gathering today. My climate warriors, my friends, brothers and sisters, thank you for giving me this opportunity to be here today in front of you. Well, in the unprecedented times that we are here today, we are facing a lot of climate challenges. We are facing a lot of fury and political crisis, geographical crisis, and these unprecedented times, what will they need? Unprecedented solutions. My friends here, what kind of world do you want to see? Is the question. It's a big question for every one of us. What is the world that we want to see? And what are we doing towards bringing that world into existence? When we talk of technology, global cooperation, what are we looking at? Now, the global cooperation is, well, somebody asked me, I think yesterday, are you talking of multilateral trades? Are you talking of bilateral trades? Or what do you mean by global cooperation? It's a big statement to make. Now, global cooperation will happen only when you and I and everyone together comes on one single agenda, that is sustainable practices, and to make a world for my next generations to come. And that is global cooperation. It's not between the two countries. It is not between the two, some political parties. It is not within the country. It is one world and one nation that we want for the next generations to come and survive. And how do we do that? Now, that is a big question. How do we do that? Whether we bring technologies, whether we bring skills, we bring people, what do we do to do that? So what I foresee is that we bring, like my friend just now from South Africa, she said, we cannot do it without youth and women. But the youth is not attracted to the renewable energy space, to the clean energy space. Why? Why? That is a big question. Why? Because they feel that they are better off doing something else which will give them more money. So money is very important. We cannot leave out the money out of this whole agenda and the picture of the climate survival, right? Because each one of us, even this conference is funded, and that is why we are all here, right? So how can we make it more lucrative for the youth to come into this space? Because we are the outgoing leaders, and we have to welcome the incoming leaders to make this space a wholesome space for them to survive. And not just survive, but collaborate and innovate. And innovation happens when there is collaboration. And what kind of collaboration? And what kind of innovation? Today we are at a time where AI is the next, or rather is the big thing. Can we include artificial intelligence at every level to make it real, to make it affordable, to make it accessible, and to give you real-time insights? We can do that, right? So when we do collaboration, innovation, we bring AI, we bring sustainable technologies, we bring clean cooking, or you can even bring clean cooking with hydrogen, without hydrogen, and you can do it with batteries, without batteries, but you can do it with hydro, There are so many options, so many options. But going globally, yet remaining regional with what you have in your country as a resource is very, very crucial. How do we bring the local people and involve them, yet keeping them safe, secure, and stable is the next important thing, and that is where we lead with integrity. We lead with authenticity. And when we do that, what happens is we create a more equitable, just, and sustainable world. But now the question is carbon footprint and 1.5 degrees Celsius and there are talks that we're going to miss that. Maybe we will miss that. It's okay. But can we do something to at least maybe not reach 2 degrees and just stay at within 1.55, 1.6, 1.7? Even that if we can do, we are still giving hope to the next generation. We are still believing that yes, there is a change that is possible, and my climate warriors, brothers, sisters, and friends, we have to do it together. And there's nobody else who's going to come out from somewhere and do it, right? It's between us to do it. And that is what we are here at Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue, to bring in all the world leaders here to understand how the economies can collaborate, cooperate, innovate to bring in something that is going to be sustainable, clean, affordable, accessible, and stored effectively. To give you the most efficient value chain that you need. And not just a supply chain. A supply chain has been something that has been there for so long. Like in these unprecedented times, we need a way to think differently. Out of the box is not the word, but something that you have not done till date ever before is the time to do it now. And we have to reduce our carbon footprint. I would not say eliminate or decarbonize completely, but right now what we need is reduction in our carbon footprint, because if we can do that, we can bring in more sustainability, we can bring in more effectiveness, and of course there are so many new technologies that are coming. Carbon capture is another way of doing it, carbon capturing, storing, energy storage. I mean, I've seen so many people talking about that. In fact, I also am from energy storage background. And then, of course, what we need to do is clean up completely. We have to clean up our technologies, we have to clean up our environment, we have to clean up the water and all the 5 elements of earth. That is something most important and the agenda now. And for cleaning up, we need to step up our game, to have more skills, to have more diverse and inclusivity. Now with diversity and inclusivity, what I mean is having everyone together. Because together we are stronger, together we can make it, and together we can win the race. And now, this is our time, my friends here, everyone. This is our moment for not just a transition, but from a transition to a transformation. And let us break all the barriers we have of caste, culture, religion, nationalities, gender, age. We can break all these barriers together, and together we can create a more sustainable, green, clean, equitable, and just world where there is peace, prosperity, and happiness. And this is all going to be done by all of us. Thank you. Namaste. And well in time.
Thank you so much to Dr. Rashi Gupta for that passionate message. Not out of the box, but doing something we haven't done before. Very nice indeed. We close this keynote session with a young climate activist and sustainability storyteller who received the Canadian Youth Eco Hero Award in 2024 for her climate advocacy. As communications manager at Environmental Defense, she drives campaigns focused on clean transportation and fresh water production. It's a pleasure to welcome to the stage Karishma Porwal.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for having me here today. I flew in a few days ago from my hometown of Kitchener, Ontario, Canada. Kitchener has one LRT, or light rail transit tram, one line in the whole city, which by Canadian standards makes us a first-class transit city. And as it happens, something I find quite serendipitous is that prior to 1916, Kitchener had a different name, Berlin. And as I find myself having traveled from Berlin, Ontario, formerly Berlin, Ontario, to the original Berlin 1.0 here in Germany, I can't help but think on the nature of globalization. We find ourselves and our attention fractured into a dozen different places. One minute I'm thinking about how we had such an unseasonably warm autumn season in Ontario with November temperatures reaching above 20 degrees Celsius. The next moment I'm thinking about how there's fires raging in LA, and the next moment I'm thinking about Arctic sea ice. It's not natural for us to have access to this flood of anxiety-inducing news all the time from all over the world. So what do? As I mentioned, I live in a transit-starved city, as do many Canadians. If you don't have a car, you're out of luck, right? And this is how a lot of the citizens of Kitchener felt when our municipal government canceled our one and only night bus route. Suddenly, a lot of people, warehouse workers, late-night shift workers, nurses, restaurant employees, students, dancing late into the night, and I know that Berliners know a thing or two about dancing late into the night. Suddenly, all of these people didn't have a way to get home other than paying for an expensive Uber or a taxi. We all decided to join hands and march down to our city council and speak before city councilors, telling them we demand that our night bus be reinstated. Now, not all of us that went were environmentalists. Some of us were parents, worried about how our children were getting home. Some were transit workers, worried about their jobs being cut. And others were just folks on a tight budget who couldn't afford to pay for a car. We all had one common denominator, our community. And guess what? We resurrected the night bus from the dead. As the clock struck midnight, one night late in September, we all gathered at the bus stop for the inaugural ride of Route 91. Canadians, immigrants, families, students, elderly folks, we all joined hands to celebrate a victory that was probably imperceptible on a global scale, but a game changer for our community. We all high-fived the driver as we got on the bus, and we applauded for each person who boarded on the new route. And I'm sure we confused a few people because they didn't know what was going on. But some people really stepped into their moment and walked down the aisle of the bus as if it were a catwalk. From this, I learned that the federal government should try to act less like an overprotective, overbearing parent and more like a trusting mentor. Right? Relinquish some of that power over to local level governments because they know their communities best. Empowering small-scale local level governments who know their people best with the resources and the autonomy to make their own decisions can boost citizen involvement and also get buy-in from everyday people. And of course, this can also apply as you roll out renewables and socialize renewables across countries. This is not a novel concept, it's been studied. One of my favorite political scientists, Dr. Elinor Ostrom, she studied the economic principle of the tragedy of the commons. Now, I know many of you are familiar with this, but the tragedy of the commons dictates that any resource shared by a number of different stakeholders will inevitably be emptied, like a lake full of fish, for example, will inevitably be emptied by people acting in their own interests. Ostrom challenged this principle by studying the power of local level governance. She studied fisheries in particular, some in Atlantic Canada actually. She studied fisheries that were able to keep a healthy level of stock for years on end. So what was the secret? How did they defy the laws of economics? They empowered local level people. Ostrom had a set of rules, and the most important, in my opinion, is ensure that those who are affected by the rules can also participate in making them. So essentially, those who are expected to obey the rules should be given a hand in writing them. And as countries prepare to roll out renewables to the different and diverse communities that live within them, this is something to remember. I would offer that you involve not only top-level executives, experts, and scientists, but also everyday people. Give them a seat at the table. Make it easier for young people to participate in democracy. Remove barriers such as time and money so that they may have a voice in local level governance. I was going to finish this speech with a different ending, but actually I walked close to the East Side Gallery where the Berlin Wall still stands for the first time yesterday, and I saw a quote that was part of a piece of artwork. It said, "Many small people in many small places doing many small things can alter the face of the world." And I feel that for everyone in this room, it's our job to allow them the means to be able to do exactly that. Thank you.
Karishma Porwal, thank you so very much. Three visionary women with three very inspiring stories and messages about how we can make the energy transformation a positive boost for our societies along multiple dimensions. Thank you so much for getting our day 2 started with your stories. We go now to a break here of about 15 minutes. We've shortened it a bit, but you do have time still to follow our dialogue hub over in the Europa Saal. You can either go there or follow it virtually here. And we also have another feature today on our agenda. You can attend short Lesehof sessions in our glass courtyard of this building, starting at 10:45 now with a session on energy transition trainings in Colombia. So enjoy the break, and it's my pleasure now to hand over to my dear colleague, Hajar. Over to you.
Good morning, hello, and welcome back, everybody, here at the Dialogue Hub on this second day of the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue 2025. Amazing that you're tuning in. My name is Hajar Yacoubi. I'm a national news radio presenter from the Netherlands, former United Nations Youth Representative, but above all, I'm very delighted to be your moderator here on this second day of this BETD. And now we have had a full day of inspiring and sharp insights yesterday, ranging from, conversations about youth inclusion in the energy transition to energy efficiency, green guarantees, nature-based solutions, and much more. And that brings me a lot of extra excitement to get to go through this next day, this second day with you, where we'll have a lot more insightful and interesting discussions like the one we're about to have, which is all about accelerating the global energy transition. Now, again, if you want to join in on the dialogue, join in on the discussion, make sure to do so by using the hashtag BETD25 online. Share all your insights, your remarks, your ideas that you might have, your thoughts, and then I'll make sure to go through as many of them as possible in all the next Dialogue Hub sessions that we have planned on this second and final day of this 2025 BETD. Now, with that being said, I would say let's hop right into this first conversation. So without further ado, I am very pleased to be able to welcome our first guest, none other than New Zealand's climate change ambassador. Give him a big round of applause, Stuart Horne, everyone. Welcome, Stuart.
Hi, Hajar. Nice to see you.
Very nice to see you as well. Thank you so much for being here. Stuart, I would say let's hop right into the nitty-gritty of it, because can you tell us a bit more about New Zealand's energy transition? Where are you sort of tracking right now in the development?
Sure. Look, that's fundamentally top of mind in my current role.
Right.
So New Zealand's in a slightly unusual position in the fact that we've historically had an awful lot of renewable energy in our country. We are blessed with wind, water, so we are tracking at about 90% renewable electricity for our grid, right. 88-90%. So we've been at that space for some time. Where we are still struggling for is perhaps getting additional electrification into our grid to perhaps drive some of our industrial space where we need more, and how we can improve in the transport. And those are some of the challenges for us, I think, as we move forward in our energy transition. Yeah. But we do start with an unusually high level of renewable energy in New Zealand. The challenge is, how do you go beyond 100%? How do you actually turn it into a world? New Zealand's known for its exports of proteins. That's what we specialize in, and food. How do we become an exporter of electrons? Yeah. And I think for us, that's the next challenge, is moving that beyond the sort of 90% into the 100% and beyond.
I love how you say, indeed, I love the ambition set to go even beyond the 100% right there, right? And I mean, that's something we hear all around sort of these ambitious targets. I mean, mobilizing capital, I mean, it's important for every country also to reach those ambitious goals. How would you say that, what is New Zealand doing to sort of attract investments into the energy transition?
Well, that's a very timely question. So the government has set a target of doubling renewable energy, and obviously to do that you need significant international investment. So we recently just held an infrastructure investment summit chaired by our Prime Minister, where one of the key stories was about that importance of investing in renewable energy. Now, we understand as a government, you don't just sit there and say, please come and invest in our country, because it's a lot more complex than that. You need to make sure that the regulations in place, your Overseas Investment Act, is managed in an appropriate way. You have double taxation agreements in place. You have all those fundamental building blocks that we are working on, that you fast track the consents. We currently, for example, have about 30% of additional renewable energy capacity going through a consenting pipeline at the moment, and we are fast-tracking that. We're trying to get more, and fundamentally for us is how do we do that through attracting international partners who can bring their technological expertise, their know-how to work in New Zealand and help grow that.
Yeah, but I mean, Stuart, if I listen to you, I mean, first of all, indeed, the versatile and sort of diverse, almost geographical landscape of New Zealand, it blesses indeed with a lot of sort of like access to renewable resources in that sense. At the same time, you're very sharp on like sort of what is the regulatory atmosphere that you then need to have in place. If I'm an investor, I would think, why not invest in New Zealand? Isn't it like I think it's a very good case, right?
Well, I mean, you're making my arguments for me, but look, I mean, it is one of our advantages. We traditionally come up as ranked in the sort of global things as one of the easiest countries in the world to do business. We've got a good taxation system. We have very skilled workers. We enjoy many Germans come to New Zealand and stay, which has been great. We have a working holiday scheme. The number of young Germans that find their way to New Zealand and succeed is fantastic to see.
Cool. Yeah.
So for us, green tech has been an area that we have consistently prioritized in terms of how we can, and not just in the agri-tech space, which is a traditional strength for us, but increasingly in more diverse areas like geothermal, where we're increasingly thinking, what can we do to lead the world in those kind of spaces?
Can you tell me more about that? Because indeed, New Zealand has been making a lot of bold moves when it comes to geothermal energy, or even sort of like exploring the potential of supercritical geothermal. Like, what are sort of like the next steps for New Zealand in its development? And can you tell us a bit more about why this technology is so promising?
Sure. I mean, obviously, one of the unique characteristics of New Zealand is we are on the Pacific Rim. Therefore, we have a more active geological situation than you have in Germany. That means we have geothermal power. And that's become an increasing element of our energy story. It provides about 25% of our electricity for the grid. What we're now looking to do is the supercritical geothermal, where you go much deeper. So we're talking about going down to about 3 kilometres below, where we think the energy is going to be significantly more intense. And this is your base load energy. This is your consistent energy supply that you can provide. Obviously, once you get it up and running, it's not like you're paying for anything other than getting it out of the ground. So we're investing quite significantly. We're working with international partners with expertise, such as the Japanese, about how we get this done and how we can bring this on board. And this is a 5 to 10 year play rather than something we'll do next year. But for us, we see this as another area where we can really generate some quality renewable energy that can just, again, take the next things forward. That's how you drive your AI data centers that people need to, which is so hungry on power. That's how you drive.
That's the thing. We have a very big quest for it in the world.
Green
all
hydrogen.
Around.
All these elements. If you're going to drive green hydrogen, you need renewable energy, and I suppose that is probably one of those things that we're offering in New Zealand, is how we take that forward.
You see the potential of it. Those are some interesting and promising things also for us all, I would say, to keep an eye out on. I want to thank you so much. Thank you so much, Stuart, for sharing the New Zealand perspective. Thank you. Give him a big round of applause, everyone. Now, as we said, a lot in store for you for this session, and I would say let's continue to our next conversation on leadership examples to how we can best accelerate this global energy transition. And for that, I am very pleased and honored to welcome Ionela Cuciranu, who is the International Relations Advisor to the Minister of Energy of Romania. Give her a big round of applause, everyone. Ionela, welcome.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you so much for being here. And Ionela, let me start right away with the context of Romania. I mean, you have a significant sort of like natural gas resource. How are you guys using that in the country as a sort of transitional fuel to, scale the way up also for renewable investments in that sense?
Thank you. Yes, indeed, we do have gas, and this is always treated, at least sometimes, as a taboo subject when you talk about green transition. But this is the reality. And when we are talking about transition, what we want to do is to have a sustainable transition. So we see natural gas for the moment and the resources from the Black Sea. We see it as a bridging fuel because with Romania deciding to phase out coal by 2032, we see gas as a bridge, as a substitute in order to be able to phase out coal. And given this, we are also trying to make investments in our grids and to help the hydrogen blend integrate in the gas grid. We have pilot projects that have very well worked out in this respect. So we are seeing it as a transition phase,
right? To get to renewables,
and also we are really preoccupied by the hydrogen in the same time.
Because Ionela, if I can just say, it's uncanny, sort of the potential that Romania holds, right? I mean, you guys are the second highest green energy potential country within the European Union. What are like sort of the main strategies, if we get specific on that, in which you try to sort of leverage that potential that you hold?
Yes, indeed, we have a potential, and we have a very balanced energy mix. As we speak, we have like 90% of our energy mix coming from solar energy, and then like almost 90 also coming from wind energy. Today, I was looking on the statistic of the national system. What are we doing is trying to have policies that are adapted on the one hand in investment in grids, because the grids need to be modernized in order to support the photovoltaics and the energy that is coming from the photovoltaics. Also, we're encouraging PPAs and CFDs. These are crucial elements for us to ensure an affordable energy both for households and for businesses. And also we have a project of offshore wind, and we have here like two scenarios: a low growth scenario, which if we have the capacity installed in 2030, we expect that in 2036 we have kind of 3 gigawatts. That would mean 16% from the total of energy mix. In the fast growth scenario, let's say, we would have in 2036 like 17%, 17 gigawatts, which would mean 37%. So this would really be
that's sort of like the scale-up trajectory that you have. I mean, either way, and I hear you mentioning it right, you're mentioning investment in grids, PPAs, all of that, it's going to cost a lot of money. What is Romania doing to sort of like ensure the investments in the development of greens?
We are trying to focus also on the affordability, and we are using the funds from the National Resilience Plan in order to finance this investment. We have also defined the funds from the Modernization Fund, and we're trying here to ensure like the transition also for the workers in the areas that will be affected. And also we are trying to, and now we're launching the consultation with the industry regarding the action plan for affordable energy, because it was just published, and we're trying to have an active and transparent consultation with the industry, because you cannot go there like you are the ministry and you're deciding. We need to know what's the industry perspective and what is their input on how we can make this energy
You want to make it a participative dialogue in that sense.
Yes, we really want to have it.
I hear you mention affordability. We also often, we need to talk more about the just element to a transition. If I can ask you a final question, Ionela, when we take the green transition and at the same time the energy security that people also need to experience, what sort of work is Romania doing to sort of balance the two? Do you think it's a balancing act? Do you think that they go hand in hand together either way? Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yes, I think the balance is the key word here. And I'll go a bit more philosophic, and I will say that I think in this area we are kind of subject to what we call the butterfly effect, that a policy or movement in one country, in one part of the world can generate a storm or let's say a good trend in another part of the world. So we're trying now to ensure this energy security by cooperation.
Right.
And one project we are very proud of is the Green Corridor, that electricity, renewable energy cable we have in the Black Sea, the cooperation with Georgia, Azerbaijan, Hungary, and Romania.
Yeah.
And this is a project that we consider, let's say, as a manifestation of the butterfly effect, because we're trying to have it at a regional level and to ensure this energy security and reduce, of course, dependency on fossil fuels.
And I mean, that butterfly effect either way is much bigger if you have more butterflies flapping their wings.
Exactly.
So I love how you're working together.
Exactly.
But we have a big round of applause, everyone, for Ina Kuchirano. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks. And that's a whirlwind, because we are already going over to our third stakeholder interview for this Dialogue Hub session. And for that, I am more than honored to introduce the State Secretary of Energy in the Ministry of the Environment, Climate and Energy of Slovenia. But we have a big round of applause, everyone, for Tina Seršen. Tina, Mrs. Seršen, welcome.
Hello.
Hi. Mrs. Seršen, can you tell us more about Slovenia's sort of trajectory in this energy transition? What are some achievements that have been fundamental in your journey?
Yes, I would highlight two in particular. First of all, we have now really a record growth in renewables, mainly in connection to the rooftop solar deployment. We have more than doubled our solar capacity in the last 2 years. We have now 1/3 of all installed capacity in the country is solar.
Oh, wow.
And the second success that I would really like to highlight when it comes to reaching out to climate neutrality is that we are really good in lowering our emissions. Last year, we lowered our emissions for more than 6%. We were also among the top 3 EU member states when it comes to lowering emission intensity, carbon emission intensity in the last 10 years. So it was minus 41%.
Right.
And we have also adopted a new, more ambitious targets last year for 2030. So this, I think, is worth highlighting as a move forward towards a green transition and a climate neutral
For sure,
state.
and also achievements that are fundamental to the scape of that landscape that you've been walking in that journey. So I mean, those are very remarkable things. If we look at the obstacles that Slovenia is facing to sort of accelerate action in the energy transition, what are some of those that you would point out, and how do you think that we can sort of go about reaching breakthroughs with them?
Well, we had one breakthrough. We are among the EU member states that unfortunately have not really started utilizing the wind energy potential that we have. Last year we have adopted the first national spatial plan for a smaller wind farm. So this was definitely a breakthrough in the country.
Nice.
However, the obstacles when it comes to wind power, they remain. Mainly two. First of all is the local opposition and civil engagements against the wind, because there's a lot of misconception, wrong information circulating the public, the general public. And the second one is that we have the highest share of Natura 2000 protection areas in the EU.
Oh, wow, that's remarkable.
And going into Natura 2000 areas, this is also where we have the largest potential when it comes to wind, harvesting wind energy.
That's a difficult one, right?
Yes, and then when you enter the Natura 2000 areas, immediately your costs go up, because it's more costly you have to do more environmental studies. You have to have a lengthier procedures when it comes to permitting. So this is something that we cannot tackle alone. This is where we need the European Union to really go to the decision makers and to the administration, public administration, and rise up on the awareness raising and also trainings, professional trainings, so that better decision making comes into play when you speak about administration.
Right, and the difficulty there is, of course, that at the end of the day, you're then making a trade-off, and that's the complexity of it. There's biodiversity, there is sort of the acceleration that is needed. Challenges aside for a second, is Slovenia on track to sort of meet its targets when it comes to renewable energy systems?
I think we are. I'm very proud that we have achieved, last year we have achieved our yearly and national renewable target for 2023. Just to give you any information, before that, for years we were importing or sort of buying statistical transfers because we didn't reach the minimum level of the renewables target. So now we are there, and we are pushing new investments forward. I think the challenge that remains, not just in front of Slovenia, but also in front of all other European Union member states, is the cross-border traffic, the transport.
Yeah.
And putting renewables into the transport sector is extremely challenging.
Yeah.
And we need to have sort of European solutions here, like, for example, Energy Taxation Directive is one of the tools where we could do some more work. And I hope we get there.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I at least find it very promising and hopeful that it's something that is being mentioned by more than one country. I've heard it over and over again, actually, at this BTD. So it's also something with a lot of potential, hopefully, for some international cooperation right there. Mrs. Session, I want to thank you so much.
Thank you
we have
very
a
much.
big round of applause. And thank you so much for sharing Slovenia's perspective. Now, time flies when you're learning new things, when you're hearing about specific insights from all sorts of different countries. I hope we can learn a lot from each other and with each other right here, because this already brings us towards the end of this Dialogue Hub session. But don't worry, we have much more in store for you today, because in a little bit, my colleague Melinda will take you over in the Weltsaal with a panel on resilient and sustainable supply chains for renewables. And we'll be back with you at a later time with a different Dialogue Hub session.
The world has embarked on the mission to triple global renewable energy capacities from 2024 to 2030. To reach this goal, we have to make supply chains for renewables resilient and sustainable. How can we do that in times of geopolitical tensions and increasing climate risks? And concomitantly foster local value creation, green industrialization, and responsible business conduct in producer countries.
Welcome back, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to suggest that perhaps we can close the doors in the back of the hall so that we don't have quite as much noise from outside. Thank you very much. If you were with us yesterday, you will perhaps recall our discussions about the effects of rising geopolitical rivalry on the global Energiewende. And we considered the possibility that countries pursuing economic autonomy and energy security might retreat from the cooperation that until now, at least, has been seen as a prerequisite for success in accelerating the uptake and distribution of clean energy. Today, we want to take a deeper dive on one particular crucial dimension of this challenge, namely the sourcing of raw materials for components of renewable energy installations, storage, and grids. Production of critical materials is concentrated in particular geographical locations, and capacity for mining and refining is still limited. As a result of surging global demand, we are already seeing shortages and some local supply disruptions in particular places. The International Renewable Energy Agency sees no absolute scarcity of reserves, but it warns that if we don't act now to boost resilience, there's a real risk that market constraints could slow down the energy transition. So that is why we now will take a deep dive with our panel on resilient and sustainable supply chains for renewables. We'll be asking what factors are especially critical in international supply chains for renewable energy projects, and how we can make those supply chains more resilient and more sustainable in order to ensure that we can meet the triple up renewable goal. We have an excellent panel to talk about our topic, and it is a pleasure to now introduce them, and I'll keep the intros short to make sure we have time for our discussion. Seated next to me is Freddy Velasquez. He is Vice Minister of Energy Planning and Development for Bolivia. Welcome to you. Great to have you with us. Next to him is Dr. Gloria Magombo. She is Permanent Secretary for Energy and Power Development for the Republic of Zimbabwe. Great to have you with us. Jennifer Lake is Global Director at the World Resources Institute's Polski Center for the Global Energy Transition. Thank you so much for joining us. And finally, Kumi Kitamori is Deputy Director of the Environment Directorate at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. And before we do a first round of discussion, I would like to pose a question to the audience. Please take out your mobile devices if you don't have them out already, and go to our Slido website where you will find the following question. Which of the following elements in international supply chains are going to be the most critical bottlenecks for accelerating the global energy transition? And our options, our choices, include raw materials for wind turbines and PEM accelerators. We also have raw materials for batteries, lithium, cobalt, nickel, raw materials for PV cells, namely silver, manufactured components for windmills and solar PV installations, and manufactured goods for grid management, including transformers, switchgear, etc. And you're already assiduously voting. We're going to come back to that result in just a moment. So let's do a first round now to talk about the raw materials and components that are most critical for these very important supply chains. And I'll start out, if I may, with Vice Minister Velasquez. Bolivia is home to the world's largest reserves of lithium, which of course is key for expanding global production of lithium-ion batteries. Until now, extraction has not been pursued at a significant scale, but there are indications that your government is shifting its strategy. So tell us, how far has Bolivia advanced in mining lithium deposits and positioning itself as a major supplier for the global energy transition?
Hola. Sí. Muchas gracias.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to be here today on this fantastic panel with fantastic panelists. And you have made great progress when it comes to diversifying the panels. I think that is fantastic as well, and that is what we want to achieve in the energy sector as well, promoting the role of women in particular. But coming back to your question, in Bolivia we have indeed made great strides when it comes to industrializing the mining of lithium. We have about 12, 13 years ago started this process of industrialization. We started, and more recently, we have also built industrial facilities and concluded some of those projects, are in the process of commissioning the refineries. So I think we will soon be able to go live with those assets and start the actual process of exploiting lithium. And we also have contracts with companies from abroad. There is a German-Austrian company that we are cooperating with. There is a company from Argentina that we are cooperating with. Because it is very much about promoting this process of industrialization and the environmentally friendly way of exploiting our natural resources. That is of particular focus for us. And what this is very much about for us is which technologies are best suited for Bolivia, for our country, for the situation on site. I mean, we have a lot of very salty soil, and this is different from other areas, of course, in Argentina and in other locations in South America. So we try to use the most suitable technology to conserve water, to treat the soil in the appropriate manner and also protect the environment in the vicinity of these lithium deposits. We also try to limit the impact on people living around those deposits or close to them. So we hope for a very positive development here and optimization of production on an industrialized level. And I think once we've achieved that, we will move more into a more sustainable way of producing and exploiting these resources. And again, also providing opportunities for participation of civil society. Now, ultimately, we are talking about a holistic approach to exploiting these resources. We really want to keep the entire supply chain in mind. And on this industrialized level, I think we are moving towards a future in which we will, step by step, reduce CO2 emissions and the environmental impact and further expand renewables.
Let me go on and ask Permanent Secretary Magambo to talk about Zimbabwe's plans. You also possess abundant supplies of a number of critical energy materials, among them the second largest platinum deposits in the world and the largest lithium deposits in Africa. And your government believes it could ultimately supply 20% of world lithium demand. How is your government integrating Zimbabwe's mining sector into international supply chains for batteries and other equipment? And to what extent are you planning also to expand processing in order to generate local value?
Thank you. Good morning. And I would like to also recognize the co-panelists here and you, our moderator. Zimbabwe is indeed fairly endowed with a number of critical minerals required for energy transition. And we are also recognizing the fact that with the tripling of the signing of the pledge for tripling the renewable energy in most countries and doubling energy efficiency, the demand for critical energy minerals is going to grow to ensure that the transition is properly resourced. So as a country, we have been mining for years some of these critical energy minerals. But when we got to 2023, the government, through the amendment of the Finance Act, declared certain minerals, and most of those minerals are actually the critical energy transition minerals, as strategic minerals. And basically, when you talk about the critical minerals being strategic, there were then certain requirements for those minerals which were then declared as strategic to ensure that there's some form of beneficiation and value addition at source before exports. We have been exporting our different minerals to the world, and most of the lithium has been to China. And through that Finance Act, it actually looked at enhancing local beneficiation, value addition, and domestic industrialization, with the view of actually diversifying our economy from just being mining and extractive industry, but also moving up the value chain to make sure that we get more benefit from that. So the strategic minerals which were declared were lithium, rare earth minerals, copper, nickel, iron ore is one of those, nuclear energy source minerals, mineral oils, gaseous hydrocarbons, and diamonds. I guess of all those minerals I've listed, apart from diamonds, most of them are critical energy transition minerals. And with that law, what it did is all those who were already extracting the mineral had to start accumulating that extraction for processing. And they were able to build up at least to the initial stage of mineral processing, which is the concentration part, is on the lithium side. But on the platinum, which brings in the platinum group of minerals includes the platinum itself, nickel, silver, copper. It's a group of metals. We had already moved to concentration and smelting. We are now looking at the establishment of a base metal refinery before we move on to the precious mineral refinery. We're currently working directly with South Africa to do the second level of processing. It is important to note that with the demand which is coming up, Zimbabwe also participated in the Secretary General's panel on strategic energy minerals. And one of the reasons why we participated and we actually subscribed to those guidelines, we had already taken initiatives to ensure that within the African continent, there was already a critical energy minerals strategy, which we were already subscribing to, which defined through a study which was done the actual value creation as you go up the value chain from mining, smelting and manufacturing, especially if you look at the battery value chain. That's the one which was studied by Bloomberg for the African, as part of the African mining vision. So we look at what value are we adding from the mining, smelting and refining, precursor minerals for batteries, the actual cells, up to the time where you are doing the batteries for the vehicles and the e-vehicle market. And you could see the actual market demand and value created. At mining, Africa was just looking at 11 billion. Once we move up to smelting and refining, we're moving up to 44 billion in terms of value creation. And we move to the precursor, we are moving up to over 280 billion. And when we get to the actual value, we are looking at over 1 trillion. So the key issue is we prescribe to the principles which allow that when we are extracting and processing these minerals, we also have to ensure that the mining is done responsibly, with respect of the climate, the issues of environmental rehabilitation of where we are mining, the issue of human rights, the sharing of benefits with the communities, the provision of employment for our youths within those mining areas. And we also have what we call community share schemes, where the companies give back to the communities a certain level of their value.
Let us come back to that point a little bit later on. Thank you very much for making it so clear why processing is crucial to deliver local benefits. I'll go now to Jennifer Lake, and the Polski Center that you head, one of its focuses is recycling and reuse of strategic minerals. And clearly that is one additional way of meeting surging demand. So tell us a little bit, if you would, about how WRI is supporting expansion of recycling in its work with governments and private actors, and how much potential this actually holds to meet some share of this surging demand.
Yeah, thank you, and wonderful to be here with my fellow panelists. Yes, I'm going to talk a little bit about copper and copper recycling, because if there is one of the energy minerals that can particularly be part of an example for circularity, it's copper. Copper demand is projected to grow by 50% by 2050, and currently mining is projected to be able to meet about 70% of that demand, leaving us with a shortfall by 2035. The declining ore quality is also a concern when you're talking about needing very, very high-grade copper. And that will begin to become an issue in the late 2020s. So copper recycling can play a critical role, and 70% of copper demand today can be met with recycling. But we have a theoretical potential that's not realized in the market. And that it requires that we think very differently about how we use the material itself, how it's processed, the different alloys, the collection approaches for scrap material, and how we process that. So we can alleviate the potential market tightness, mitigate price shocks, manage for supply chains, because that copper is already in our economy. And in order to think about this, we also need to recognize that the process of mining and smelting is incredibly energy intensive. So recycling can also lower life cycle emissions dramatically by this sector. Estimates by MIT indicated that we could decrease by 2040 20% of the industry's, the copper industry's emissions if we move to a recycling approach over the business as usual approach. So the bottleneck around recycling comes to some of these challenges with low collection rates. I was surprised to hear that we're not getting all of the construction copper back into a recycling process. These kinds of common sense examples are things that we can tackle quite easily by getting business models right, by creating the incentives and the legislation. We also need flexible sourcing. And part of what I do at World Resources Institute is try to connect this sort of market-making approach. What do we know about where the demand is, how demand functions, and what do we know about where you can get an improved product, right? Whether that is by differentiating an electron between 1 kilowatt hour of renewables or 1 kilowatt hour of fossil gas, or whether it's about recycled content. We have to be a little more specific in how we think about our products. So one specific thing that I would say is that you need to look at what will unlock that recycling infrastructure and the investment in it. And in today's digital economy, we have the ability to use much more advanced recycling technologies. And so upscaling our expectations about what a recycling economy is offers an opportunity for industrial processes that we can invest in today and bring jobs, bring economic value. In Europe, I know this also means you have to think about low-cost, clean electricity to fuel that and create the favorable economics for a recycling infrastructure. In the United States, it means we have to pass legislation in front of the US Congress now to have copper be part of a critical mineral, the Mineral Consistency Act, to enable us to secure the tax incentives, the credits, and the regulatory approaches to allowing for critical copper materials to be reused in and take advantage of the types of incentives that the US government is putting in place. So although Europe has a Circular Economy Act upcoming and a Critical Materials Act, we're still not at the point where the commercialization of a high-tech recycling industry is in play today. WBCSD, World Economic Forum, WRI, and many other partners, university partners around the world, and many startups are already talking about how to bridge that local collection to global supply, to national security concern. And global cooperation will be critical in making sure that these technologies, these advanced recycling technologies, can be available in multiple markets around the world.
Thank you very much for sharing that. And let me now go to Kumi Kitamori. We have seen disruptions in renewable energy supply chains before, namely during the COVID-19 pandemic, and they had a very significant impact on prices of RE components. So what's your assessment of how likely it is that we could see something similar in future as demand takes off for critical energy materials, and how can we best prepare for that scenario?
Yeah, thank you for that critical question. So if you look at today's renewable market, that may not necessarily be a good guide for the future for some of the reasons that you implied. Our sister organization of the OECD, International Energy Agency, their recent projections show that the demand for critical minerals is only going to grow a lot, doubling or even tripling between today and 2030. So we're talking about in the 5+ year period. And just to put that into context, global demand for oil did not even double between 1970 and 2020. So we're talking about a global situation where demand is really going really extraordinarily fast. At the same time, some countries are increasingly putting in place export restrictions. So at the OECD, we monitor in our work looking at trade and investment flows, export restriction on industrial raw materials. And our latest finding is that such restrictive measures increased fivefold between 2009 and 2022. And this is, those take the form of quotas, export quotas, or taxes, and these are the most common measures. But the most prohibitive forms, export bans. And just to see what's happening in that area is that the last one, the bans, export bans, were the most commonly introduced measures globally in 2022. So that's not really looking good when we talk about the global supply situation. And so that's export now, and we also see import side, tariffs happening. And so this kind of, all these measures that different countries are putting in place will further pressure and disrupt the global supply situation. And then the world is moving away from open trade. So that's not looking very good. So that's a supply situation. Now, again, our International Energy Agency's latest projections show that there's also limited progress when we talk about diversification of supply. And the geographical concentration for mining operations is set to rise further and remain very high in the coming years. So now we need to think again at the different ways of diversification that Jennifer talked about. So at the OECD, we are also developing new analysis to support efforts to increase secondary raw materials, secondary supply, to reduce the overall demand for the primary raw materials. Now, recycling provides a valuable secondary source of raw materials and lessen the dependence on the primary mineral supply, and that also helps to secure the supply. And at the same time, as already we heard, that has lower environmental impact compared to the primary mining activity. So in terms of the policy policy context, countries should be looking at circular economy practices to extend the product lifetime, including reuse, remanufacture, repair, and refurbishment of critical components, materials, but also components that are important for the energy transition. And these kind of strategies need to be scaled up much more. Yesterday, Gloria from Zimbabwe and we were at this ASET award ceremony for all the startups. And it was really, we learned a lot. It was very interesting to see concrete examples of these innovations that's happening in terms of recycling batteries, taking down end-of-life solar panels, and then reprocessing, reusing the material, etc. So we need to see more of that happening going forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now get a look at our Slido result from the question that we posed before we began our discussion. And far and away, the largest share of the audience sees raw materials for batteries as the crucial bottleneck that we're talking about here. 63% gave that as their top answer. 18% said raw materials for wind turbines, meaning rare earth metals, would also be a problem, and then a more limited share, 14%, manufactured goods for grid management, so transformers, switching gear, and so on. Thank you very much for that. So clearly, the mining countries at the heart of concern here. Let's do a second round talking about building those resilient and sustainable renewable energy supply chains. This time I'm going to start with Gloria Makombo and come back to you a little bit later, Vice Minister. You talked about the fact that Zimbabwe does want to strengthen the sector's contribution to local economic development. And in fact, this is an aim that many producing countries do share. Your country is taking a much more active role now in auditing mining companies' social and environmental impact. Tell us a little bit about the challenges that you encounter in doing that in both the platinum and the lithium sectors and how the government is addressing those.
Thank you for that question. I think we subscribe to responsible mining. Basically, what responsible mining looks at is the human rights issues, the workers' conditions, the actual environmental rehabilitation programs, which the company has, the community interface. And we have had one or two companies where some of these issues have not been observed. So what we have done as a country is to come up with a whole-of-government approach where we form these intergovernmental teams which go into the market and actually do the auditing. There are some which are doing extremely well in terms of their localization of the value chains, capacitating of the local communities, and benefit sharing in the form of the community share ownership schemes. And they have, so what we have done is to try and also use those who are doing well to share with those who might not be doing so well. And one of the key issues is to look continuously at our Mining Act, which is actually going through a full review since the last decades or two, to look at how we can enhance and enforce some of these critical principles of ensuring that we don't end up with a lot of mine dumps which with closed mines, which cannot be rehabilitated. Yeah. So the rehabilitation is one of those areas where we are now constantly evaluating and following up through our environmental management agency to make sure that there is that responsibility in terms of ensuring. But we are also advocating, which is part of the 7 principles for transparency mechanisms and reporting mechanisms. We are also putting in laboratories which also independently check declared quantities of minerals, whether it's concentrate or value-added lithium, to ensure that what we are declaring and what we are exporting is what it is. So then through our central bank, there's also some form of declaration of exports, and where they come back and look at how best they can ensure that the declared quantities are actually what has been exported. We are also advocating that these companies, I think we've realized that we need infrastructure and robust infrastructure to ensure that even if we are value adding and doing concentration, they still need to move these products to ports because we are still not doing the full value chain. In particular, most of them are moving to China. But we've also looked at the African Free Trade Area, and through the African Mining Vision, looked at potential regional collaboration where we are not looking at just Zimbabwe doing the full value chain manufacturing, but we are looking at the contribution from DR Congo with their cobalt, Zambia with their copper, and then looking at a regional capacitation so that we do a special economic zones which will then be able to do that next level of production at a regional level.
Very interesting. I want to come back to that in a third round of questions, which I hope we can get to, because I do want to talk about cooperation in a closing round. But let me now go over to Jennifer, because you work, in fact, at the Polski Center with a very wide range of stakeholders trying to encourage best practices and the sharing of best practices. So tell us a little bit about that and whether you are seeing concrete results in terms of supply chain resilience.
Thank you. I want to point to a couple of real-world examples in how we're seeing some of these take shape, the collaboration and thinking about how we do this transition in a way that is inclusive and has engagements across the value chain, including in civil society. So one example is in a program that we're working on with Forum for the Future, with TERI, the Energy Research Institute, and India, called the Responsible Energy Initiative. And it's around, again, a set of principles which are really important to ground economic activity into what can be highly polluting, extractive, and potentially exploitive economic activity. This effort for the Responsible Energy Initiative developed principles for responsibility in India, and particularly focusing on how land use decisions are taken, where and how finance and decision-making advances, and looking at cross-learning between sectors and engaging in sort of development of complementary initiatives within the renewable energy sector that links up this value chain and the supply chain with the minerals in the economy. And so that informs regulators, informs policymakers across those regulatory sectors. The second example in India also is one that we launched a year ago with a number of partners in the government, as well as with the Global Environment Facility, UNEP, and ADB, which really is called the Battery 360. And again, taking a look, the 360 name is really about how do you build for a battery economy in India, and what are the elements that allow you to think about lithium-ion batteries. The lithium-ion batteries are all currently imported into India, but the volume of batteries that will be required in India, which is undergoing a massive electric mobility scaling effort, is quite a dramatic shift and opportunity. And so this Battery 360 Alliance will allow the policymakers and industry to work with civil society and financing institutions to look at how to address challenges in the battery ecosystem, including localized battery manufacturing, and bringing that Battery 360 vision into an India policymaking context and to help drive investment into the types of solutions that are appropriate in the Indian context. So we really see that this is part of what the Prime Minister, with Prime Minister Modi's vision around the LIFE campaign, bringing the connectivity between the choices that people have to participate in a more circular, a more sustainable, and a more just economic development pathway within their sort of pro-climate approaches to development. So these are new policy frameworks, creating interoperability of batteries, because that localized interoperability allows you to do second life batteries and bring those used EV batteries into storage capabilities to allow them to match with photovoltaics, and again further develop the energy system in the India context. So we're building for the kind of pilot projects that would showcase those kinds of innovative opportunities in a resilient and circular battery ecosystem.
Thank you very much. And Kumi Kitamori, let me ask you to talk a little bit about standards, given the fact that the OECD is very, very engaged in the area of standards. By far the largest share of these mineral reserves that we're talking about are located in emerging markets and developing economies. And many of these are looking to very powerful international corporations to help them exploit and process. And having done empirical research in Africa on the role of international mining companies, I think I can underline the fact that the power differential is often enormous. So What is the role of standards in helping countries, and how can the OECD support this in helping countries not only to promote adoption of rules and codes for ensuring social and environmental responsibility, but also to enforce them?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So it's OECD, but we don't only work with OECD countries. We also work with OECD countries, but also with a lot of emerging and developing economies. So it's really a global reach in terms of our work. And that includes, as you suggested, in the area of the extractive sector, how to work in both with developed and developing countries with the extractive sector that are important in their economies to make sure that the local benefits and socioeconomic benefits come, but without compromising the environmental integrity and social responsibility. So with this extensive work at OECD, we can draw some key elements or key components that are really necessary to do it right for this kind of country. So just a couple of these examples that we can distill from our work. A strong environmental regulatory framework with an efficient and transparent permitting and licensing process that consider the views and interests of local communities. That's one. Also, local communities need to be able to participate in mining and mining-related decision-making. For example, in benefit sharing arrangement, we heard a little bit of examples of that between mining companies and local community, as well as in also looking at community-led environmental monitoring and partnership with environmental agencies. So countries really need to work together to exchange best practices in these areas and to make sure that development outcomes for resource-rich countries that are blessed with such natural resource endowment can also stimulate global dialogue around this whole extractive sector's impact globally on the environment and also well-being socially. Also, OECD has established leading standards for responsible business conduct, what we call RBC at OECD, responsible business conduct, notably with sector-specific due diligence guidance for responsible supply chains for minerals from conflict-affected and high-risk areas. So these standards have been disseminated very widely, and it's been referenced by the UN Security Council, embedded in the US legislation, for example, Dodd-Frank Act, in the EU regulations on mineral imports from conflict-affected areas and high-risk areas. And this OECD responsible business conduct recommendations are also included in commodity exchanges and their requirements. For example, just to name a few, China Chamber of Commerce, India National Stock Exchange, and London Metals Exchange. And finally, so around our work on responsible business conduct, OECD Handbook on Environmental Due Diligence in Mineral Supply Chains was developed to help companies embed environmental and social consideration into their mineral supply chain due diligence procedures to further operationalize these standards. And then we have, a regular annual or a sector-wide specific exchanges and meetings where countries come together and share best practices.
Thank you very much. And now I go back to Vice Minister Velasquez. Thank you for waiting so patiently. I wanted to get your reaction to what we have just heard from the World Resources Institute and also from the OECD in regard to how countries, because I know that Bolivia is anxious to ensure that as you move up the value chain, as you move toward processing your minerals, that you do generate as much local benefit as possible. And you talked in your first answer about social and environmental benefits. So what kind of challenges are you experiencing as you move to do that, including in your work with international companies? And how does what you just heard resonate with you?
Bien, muchas gracias. Sí.
Thank you. We are confronted with a major challenge with regard to the environmental and social impact. As I said in my first intervention, our country decided around a decade ago to deploy our own technology to industrialize. We started by adopting pilot projects, by using pilot plants that were later then scaled up and which are now used in a trial phase. We are now looking for technologies that are best suited to our salinary desert, because we want to limit negative impacts on the environment and on our society, which is also in line with our constitution, because our Mother Earth must be protected according to our constitution, and it is therefore important to highlight that we're still operating at a stage where we're testing, where we're looking for the best technologies that will then be deployed in our salt desert. Thank you.
In your work with international corporations that you told us about in your first answer, where do you see the biggest challenges to try to ensure responsible practices, and what are you doing in your cooperation with them?
Sí, perfecto. Estamos abiertos, por supuesto, a la transferencia tecnológica.
Yes, of course. We are open to technology transfer, and we also want to use our international experience. The lithium sector is changing. 5 years ago, a steam-based process was still very common. Today, we are focused on direct extraction of lithium. But these technologies are not operating at a large scale yet. So we have to see how we can actually scale up this industry. Up until now, this has been impossible. It is still the case that the technologies that are available are using up too much water, which is why it is important to adopt innovative technologies developed in other countries. Pilot projects have shown that these technologies may be better than the ones that are currently being deployed. So we're working with different foreign companies so that these can then demonstrate their technologies to us, show how they work in our salt desert. They also factor in environmental aspects, the water usage, and the social dimension. And on this note, I think it's important to highlight that our government is working to actually advance or build the value chain, taking all these aspects into account, including social and environmental aspects.
Thank you very much. And it's quite evident in hearing from both of you and other producer countries that there is a delicate balance here between the international cooperation also with the private sector, and your own desire to retain sovereignty over your minerals and to ensure that the exploitation of these minerals does benefit local populations. So in a last round of discussion, I would like to ask everyone very briefly, we have just 8 minutes left on the clock, to tell us what would be your single greatest priority for global cooperation going forward in terms of how to build more resilient supply chains that can meet demand but also generate local benefit. And I'll go straight down the panel, just a couple of sentences from each of you, if you would. Top priority for global international cooperation in whatever form. Please, Vice Minister. Is it on standards? Is it on codes for responsible behavior? Is it on technology transfer or something else?
Well, of course, measures must be taken in order to promote global value chains. And in the mining sector in particular, well, we have a twofold sector. First of all, we have traditional mining in Bolivia. That is characterized by simple extractive technologies. And those have an impact on local communities. And then we have the lithium sector, which first requires evaluation. And these evaluations need to include many preliminary studies. So this means, first of all, we need to look at environmental aspects, technological aspects, social aspects, local communities. We need to hear from local communities. We also need to make sure that they benefit, and we need to build a positive cycle. We also need to introduce recycling in a technical manner.
I'll just quickly say one of the critical challenges we have faced within the extraction, the artisanal miners area, where as governments we are looking at how do we formalize them and capacitate them to be able to mine responsibly because of their size, and at times they'll go from one place to the other without. So that's one area where we are coming up with a strategy to capacitate them, train them, and allow them to work in teams so that their products can then be procured by the larger companies which can process on them, giving them also fair pricing.
So is this an area of international cooperation then also for you, or?
At a national level, but also regional, and because for Africa, artisanal miners are a real issue, and for us, we also see them as an empowerment tool. But the other issue is technology transfer. It is very critical for us to be able to diversify the concentration of processing of these minerals and allow for diversification within the different regions where we can collaborate at from regional to African Union level and allow for the production of these so that our economies can actually benefit. Because if you look at the investments in renewable energy, without the value addition and diversification of our economies, we cannot afford the technologies. So we really need to be capacitated to afford and leapfrog and increase our access within the next couple of years. And we can do it if we cooperate and share the value from the value chains.
Yeah, and you mentioned the role of regional cooperation in your previous answer, which was very interesting indeed. Jennifer?
I think for me and in the work that I do, I would call out the need for a race to the top type of rewards, recognizing that the market is going to need to differentiate the materials that it's using. And in order to do that, we have to think very differently about how standards and transparency enters that marketplace. We have to think a little bit more about what the role of these exchanges is, and where and how the minerals get moved in through the exchanges and into the buyer's hands. Because if we can't create that level of transparency around what the impacts are, then how can we ensure that it's not a race to the bottom and instead reward those that are working to race to the top? So for me, the market development angle of the mining and minerals exchanges, thinking about the buyers and the consumer end of this, and encouraging that we think much more holistically about the materials in our economy.
Thank you very much. Kumi?
Yes, I think it's multifaceted. But for the OECD, I think there are four main areas in this area. One is to facilitate the necessary investment to enable the green transition, green energy transition, while also empowering the producer countries with local value creation. So that's one. Second, to enhance the supply chain resilience through better diversification of the production and also processing. Three, to deepen producer countries' integration into the global markets. And last but not least, to minimize the environmental impact through some of the things that market lead that's needed, that Jennifer mentioned. But overall, to promote more circular economy approaches at the policy level, but also on the ground in terms of innovation that's needed. And so with these four overarching goals in mind at the OECD, we are trying to contribute to the international cooperation. We are launching a new initiative on critical mineral for the energy transition that enables sustainable growth and development in producer countries, but at the same time also aiming to, at the global level, ensure level playing field and to contribute to the resilience of the global supply. And just, if I may, just mention at the very end, so with all these goals, we are convening in Paris at the OECD headquarters a forum on responsible mineral supply chains on from 5th to 7th, the first week of May in Paris this year. So the invitation's out there for all of you who might be interested. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. We could go on. There's so much more to talk about, but it has been a fascinating exchange. Many thanks to you for sharing your insights. Let's give them a warm round of applause, please. And thank you very much, dear audience, for your attention and your participation. We will now go to a break here in the Weltsaal, but don't miss our dialogue hub over in the Europasaal, where my colleague Hajar will take us on a deep dive regarding battery storage. And you can follow that virtually, as you know, here in this room, or you can go over to the Europasaal. We also have a discussion of community energy resilience in our Lesehof, and lunch will be served on this side of the hall. We will resume after the break at 1:40 p.m. with a keynote on how islands can become hubs of sustainable energy innovation. And now, over to Hajar. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, hello, and welcome back, everybody, at the Dialogue Hub here at this BETD 2025. Now, I hope you had some first good morning sessions today, and if you didn't, which I'm not assuming, you will for sure after this next session that we have, which will be all about how we can ride the battery storage wave, because the world is undergoing a massive transformation in energy storage. We have seen, for example, that battery costs have plummeted by 90% in the last decade. decade, which is an incredibly promising insight. We know that battery storage plays a crucial role in stabilizing the grid, in integrating renewables, and in enhancing energy security. So the real question then remains is, how can we maximize and scale up the potential that we see with battery storage deployment? But right now we are dealing with a bit of a gap, because we see that there's a projected 650 gigawatts capacity by 2030, and we need to reach a target of 1,500 gigawatts by that same year. So how do we bridge that gap? But beyond bridging that gap, how do we also make sure that we align battery storage deployment with renewables capacity, demand response, and also sector flexibility to maximize impact? I would say a lot to dive into, and luckily I have a stellar lineup of speakers today to guide me through those questions. So before we dive right into that conversation, I want to encourage all of you to join us in this dialogue. If there is any insight that you have regarding the topic, if there's something that you'd really like to share, make sure to do so by using the hashtag BTD25, and that way we get to go through all your comments later on in the session. But with that being said, let's hop right into our first deep dive, and for that I am more than honored to be welcoming first off the CEO of EP Energy Pool. Give him a big round of applause, everyone, Dr. Martin Iffert. And then I am also, yes indeed, let's get that excitement rolling. Welcome, Martin.
Thanks, Sasha.
It's very
Thanks
good
for
to
having
have
us
you
here.
here. And we will also be joined by the CEO of the Chilean Association of Renewable Energies and Storage. A big round of applause, everyone, for Analia Rojas as well. Welcome, Analia. Welcome. Welcome to the both of you. It's I'm very happy to have you here. It's a very warm welcome. Nice. Analia, if I can start with you. You know, when we talk about sort of like storage penetration in the Chilean electricity sector, can you say what the current level is that we're at, and what sort of role does it also play for you guys?
Well, for us, it's a very important matter. There's an urgent window opportunity in order to the deployment of storage. Let me go through the numbers, because I think numbers are the great way to understand the actual current state of a market.
Yeah.
In the electric matrix, we have around 38 gigawatts of installed capacity, out of which already 19 are renewable energies.
Right.
So we are very, very good in what have renewable penetration been. But therefore, we have a lot of curtailments, especially in the north part of our country, especially due to solar generation.
Yeah.
So within the hours where electrical demand is not so high, we have at the same time the most of the generation of solar energy.
Right.
Why is that important? Because that's the opportunity for storage in order to take advantage of our curtailments, which unfortunately they are record every year. We have been increasingly increasing the curtailments. So there's a big chance for storage, and especially to electric batteries, in order to improve not only the way we are going to translate the energy that's produced during day to be consumed during night, but also to improve flexibility of the grid and also the resilience of the grid.
Right.
So there's a huge opportunity right now. There's an urgency.
Yeah.
We have 3 gigas of batteries and storage in different stages of operation, under development or under construction.
Yeah.
But there's a huge amount, almost 20 gigas, that are currently under assessment.
Right.
So
but if I hear all of that, because in a way I'm like, okay, so we have a lot of issues in the world when it comes to curtailment, right? Whether it's wind, whether it's solar, and indeed there's a mismatch between when we use renewable energy that we sort of generate and when it is most needed. Martin, if I can go to you at the same time, I've also mentioned that we've seen a 90% decrease in costs over the past decade. Like, what are then the barriers that sort of like prevent us from having this large-scale adoption of battery storage potential right there?
I think we just see the beginning of the wave, and surely it is tremendous what happened over the last years, how the costs have plummeted, and that give us totally new opportunities. And in principle, let's say no one should build, let's say, a solar plant, a solar generation asset without installing a battery. It makes normally no sense. And batteries are excellent in time shifting energy. They don't generate any electricity, but they are great in time shifting and to make, let's say, solar and wind to be at least a 24-hour or a weekly baseload. Batteries, let's say, they need, let's say, a cycling, because otherwise, okay, it makes no sense. It's a heavy fixed asset topic.
Right.
But I think we need to think, let's say, much beyond the scope. And let's say, let's say my company is dealing with flexibility for industry. But okay, we are dealing also a lot these days with, let's say, battery management to optimize the usage, the installation of batteries, to, let's say, consume more renewable energy, to consume more renewable power. And in Germany currently, for example, there's a big bonanza going on. Let's say there's an application outside, let's say, to install more than 200 gigawatt of, let's say, battery capacity. Maybe not all of them will come, let's say, online, but okay, let's say out of these 200, maybe 100 gigawatt, let's say so we will see a huge amount of batteries, let's say, going into the market because there's a huge need for this kind of storage.
That we can also upskill. And I just want to touch upon something and follow up on something that you just mentioned, because I think it's interesting you mentioned flexibility. When we look at demand side flexibility and sort of the combination of that and battery storage, how do we sort of use that to optimize renewable energy integration in that sense?
It's so important, let's say, to use all these levers for, let's say, storage for flexibility. And okay, the batteries, electrical battery ones, that are, let's say, the most visible ones. Mm-hmm. But a lot of industries have also hidden kind of what I call process batteries. So everyone, for example, a paper mill has typically a steam production and then also steam storage. And okay, that can all be used as a kind of, let's say, process battery. And therefore, we need to connect all these different elements in the grid, in our societies, to optimize the use of renewable energies, to minimize the costs, and therefore the combination of, let's say, real electrical batteries together with, let's say, intelligence demand response also then helps to reduce the hours of curtailment in the grid, and therefore, okay, but we need to bring that all together.
Yeah, for sure, clear. I mean, it's a good solid case. If I hear that, then I'm like, okay, so a very clear idea of what we need to do moving forward. Analia, if I can go to you, you already mentioned, right, the issue with curtailment, both with regards to wind and solar in Chile. In the country itself, do you sort of like sense that, you know, battery storage and developing storage projects, that is seen as like that there's an incentive behind it, and that sort of the opportunity is apparent to sort of use that to mitigate curtailment issues?
Well, I think our system, especially in Chile, in the electrical sector, has developed renewables without any kind of subsidies or incentives, especially to whatever type of technology we want to improve or introduce in order to achieve, for instance, climate ambition aims. And that's interesting because the fact that we didn't need subsidies or incentives had made our economy very neutral towards these clean energies.
Right.
So they compete in the same way, and also they are remunerated in the same way. But having said that, it's obvious that if we want to accelerate a special technology, such as any kind of storage, not only electrical batteries, but also, for instance, hydropump plants, or any other kind of, for instance, other type of a storage that's in the system, you have to have a regulation that's adequate, for instance, to have a recognition not only in the energy shifting opportunity, but also in the provision of capacity sufficiency, and also in the participation of ancillary services. So we have already done that. We have already defined the rules for that. There are still some aspects that are pending, but I'm sure that we will be close enough this year.
Yeah.
But then there's something very interesting I want to address, because we tend to focus the discussion about the decarbonization of the electrical matrix, which in general in our countries, in America, in Latin America, only stands for less than 25% of the energy consumption. The rest is still fossil fuel consumption.
Right.
So we have to electrify the matrix. If we don't electrify enough, we will do a deployment of batteries. We will take advantage of curtailments and, have a very clear opportunity in that terms.
Yeah.
But it won't be enough to decarbonize everything that has to be decarbonized, which is the rest of the energy matrix.
Right. No, it's very clear, and it sort of also goes to show sort of the importance on the question on how do we make sure that we get to that ultimately 100% in the long run. What would you say are because you added up on some of them, what would you say are some like additional or most prominent barriers and challenges that need to be addressed from your perspective in Chile to sort of maximize storage potential right there in deployment?
Of course, as in every single deployment and expansion of technologies, it's not only the regime of remuneration of how to recognize the payments that these technologies will need in terms of energy shifting, sufficiency, and ancillary services, which I already stated for. But also the thing about the velocity and the speed of deployment. And that's something that has to do with much to do about the permits.
Right.
Permits and everything that has to do with the communities in order that people understand why is it that we need that kind of technology right now. So it's not enough to have a deployment of solar or wind, also batteries within the territory, but also to understand the value of having that kind of technologies in the territory. So people, I think we really have a task of educating, promoting the technology, not only for the agents of a sector, but also for the territory.
Right. I love how you said it, because it sort of shows that there's like there's a sort of like will element to it, the permits, the legislative policy sort of side that we need to upskill. There is the creating awareness that is important. When we look at sort of like the technical elements to this technology, Martin, there are some things that we know. Batteries are not suitable, for example, for seasonal storage, for example. How can, for example, process batteries help address the long-term energy imbalances that we see there?
Haja, excellent question, because that often comes as one of the counter-arguments for the deployment of batteries. They say, okay, it's useless, it will not solve the dark doldrum problem. Sure, you cannot shift energy, let's say, long-term, makes no sense. Batteries really need, let's say, a daily or at least a weekly cycling, and that's the function of batteries. Nevertheless, let's say, there's still a role to play for batteries also, let's say, in the dark doldrum, because typically the load profile is also not flat, and even, let's say, in these times, you can reduce the peak demand of backup capacity with batteries. So it has also to play a role there, but I fully see, let's say, that's the reason why we need to go, let's say, beyond just the pure electric batteries to look exactly at these process batteries, because then we have, let's say, these long-term storage solutions, because then we can really, let's say, go into solutions where we, for example, operate parts of the economy for, let's say, the breeze and when the sun is shining, and to produce, let's say, the products that we need. And at other times, okay, we don't do that. Therefore, we need intelligence together, let's say, with, let's say, all these generation assets and the other storage assets.
Yeah, and just a second, maybe for people that may not be as familiar with process batteries, what should we sort of think of when we say that?
Let's say, I mentioned, let's say, this is steam, for example, but okay, I come from the aluminium industry, and I developed the concept of the virtual battery. And let's say an aluminium smelter is surely the biggest battery that you can have. And when you can, let's say, you cannot shut down easily a smelter for a season, but you can reduce it maybe by 25% for the time in the year where you don't have overcapacity in renewable. And let's say it's the times when you have too much generation of renewables, you can then, let's say, raise it up, let's say, by 25%. That was my concept that I developed, let's say, over the years. And there are many industries, and we work together with glass industry, with steel industry, with aluminium industry to find all these process batteries. And when we connect them, there's a huge, let's say,
potential that they can sort of have an counter to that argument. Analia, sorry, I just for a second I saw you nodding. And does this resonate with you? Is there something you'd like to add?
No, I think that we have said a lot about storage and especially batteries in this moment that energy transition, you know, kinds of is in some markets very mature in terms of renewable penetration. But I go back to the first point. We have to electrify everything that's not electrical right now. One question that arose in the discussion of energy storage and the introduction of batteries in Chile. What is that you are paying for? Okay? So, of course, you are paying for what I said already. Energy, you are paying for capacity, you're paying for balancing and recovery services for the system.
Right.
A few days ago, in our country, we have a huge blackout. We had 11 gigas of electric demand that shut down from one moment to another.
Oh, wow.
It was within microseconds, okay? And the question is, what would have happened if batteries and storage would have been available and deployed at the level that you may need when such a blackout happens in one system?
Yeah. What would have happened?
It would have happened a very different situation that we had. We were out of energy for 8 hours.
Wow.
Okay, it was a huge impact and stress, not only in the electrical system, but in the economic side of the blackout. And the question is, why is it that we weren't able to be prepared for that with the response of batteries? We have little batteries right now in terms of the amount of batteries already installed. But remember, batteries are called the Swiss knife of the electrical system. They not only provide energy, they also provide sufficiency, and also they provide recovery services, which is the capability of bringing up a system that has gone down in a very, very unexpected way.
It's fundamental to
so
the security
the Swiss knife,
there.
really, you have to pay for that. It's not free. It's not cheap. But you are going to be resilient. And because security right now is the most important issue for electrical system, in order to make people believe in electrification, you cannot dare to have this episode. So that's our lesson, and please take it with the humility that a country that has done probably a very accelerated penetration in renewables, but also we have these kind of episodes which are not happy episodes, but believe me, there are many, many lessons to be learned about this fact.
Yeah, thank you so much also for sharing that with us, and also not to just share the story, but to also share the insights gained from it. And at least I'm going to remember the Swiss knife analogy. That's not going to leave my mind, at least. Martin, finally, if I can go to you for a final question. I mean, it's become evident and apparent what the potentiality is of this, the security that it can bring, how necessary it is. We see good trends forming, right? Plummeting costs, all of that. What would you say are the necessary policy measures that we need right now to ensure that we can scale this up as fast as we can?
I guess still the biggest barrier for, let's say, be it renewable energies, be it, let's say, battery storage, is always, it's an upfront cost. It's a fixed cost that you have to pay at day one, and not during, let's say, the 20 years of using, like in a coal-fired power station. Okay, you pay most of the money during, let's say, the time when you use it. And there's a big difference. For example, if someone builds a big nuclear power plant, they get all the subsidies, the guarantees and everything from the governments or from, let's say, big corporations. With renewable energies, we try to put it all on the private sector. And there's a missing link. So in some countries, for example, in Norway, they have, let's say, sometimes these kind of guarantees for PPAs and so on. And we need, let's say, that more on a global level to have, let's say, guarantees, backing, because, let's say, the combination, renewable energies plus battery, can provide, let's say, a very good and stable energy. But surely the costs are upfront, and we need a kind of guarantee for that.
Yeah, I think that's a good plea. Finally, very shortly, Annalia.
Shortly. Also, remember, please, batteries and storage can be deployed in all segments of the electrical system. It can be deployed in the generation segment as an asset that will complement the generation, also as a standalone, but also as a part of the transmission system. What here in Germany is very important as the grid boosters experience. So for us, that's very important. Also in the distribution segment, in houses, to complement the solar roof, for instance, installations. So it's very important. and also to be part of the consumption demand side. So remember, Swiss knife, and in every single segment of the electrical sector.
I want to thank you so much. May we have a big round of applause, everyone, for Anna-Lia and for Martin. Thank you so much. It was lovely to have you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I think I could have gone on to talk to the both of you for a lot longer than we just did. But in exchange for that, I have another very, very, very exciting topic to cover with my next speaker, who I'm very pleased to introduce. So may I ask, for a lot of excitement, he's a managing director of EN2X, Wirtschaftsverband Fuels and Energies, and he's a professor. May we have a big round of applause, everyone, for Professor Christian Kuchen. There he is, a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Welcome, Christian. It's amazing that you're here. I have come to understand that there's this specific term, this specific topic you're focused on, and it's called molecuulwende. Can you sort of explain to us what it specifically entails that you're focusing on there?
Yeah, thank you. It's a good question. I'm often asked. So it's, in a way, it's very easy. We just heard, and in Germany, the figure is even lower than 25%. 20% of our energy is covered by electricity at the moment.
Right.
And this figure has been stable over the last 20 years, despite all the electrification we are discussing, that with electric vehicles, heat pumps, and in industry. We are sure that share will increase because of ramping up of electric vehicles, of heat pumps, and electrification of industry. But there will be a very high demand for molecules to secure energy demand in the future.
Right. So you say the potentiality there is really big. At the same time, you also argue that the discussion should not just be about, when we look at renewable molecules, it shouldn't just be about focusing on hydrogen, but also on hydrocarbons. Now, I would really love to hear from you specifically, why is that the case, and what are sort of like the potential applications for renewable molecules?
Well, of course, there are many applications where we really need hydrocarbons because they have a very high energy density.
Yeah.
You can transport them, you can store them easily. In many applications, it's a bit like a battery in a way. You have it distributed, and you can transport it that easily, you can develop global markets for these products.
Yeah.
Today it's mainly oil, but it could be biofuels or in future synthetic fuels, and they are far easier to transport than hydrogen.
Yeah.
And for an industrial nation or a region like Europe, having the availability of global feedstocks is key to keep to have a competitive energy supply. So we need it. And to tell you some examples, aviation will not fly without hydrocarbons.
Right.
In the shipping sector, it's very reasonable that we replace fossil fuel by renewable hydrocarbons or methanol. This is another chemistry. And the third thing is we shouldn't forget about the chemical industry.
Yeah.
So where you need hydrocarbons in plastics, in all other materials, or for lubricants, for example.
Yeah.
So we cannot live without hydrocarbons. So we need carbon in addition to hydrogen.
But that's interesting, because I actually want to ask you if you could elaborate on that. When we look at the sort of petrochemical sector, why is it so important against this backdrop that when we talk about green molecules, we specifically focus on the modernization there?
Well, today 70% of the feedstocks for chemical industry is coming from refineries, 15% from gas, and the rest is renewables, mainly biomass at the moment.
Yeah.
So it will not be possible to change all that one-to-one, and it makes a lot of sense to develop strategies how that can be transformed to renewable hydrocarbons.
Yeah, for sure. And Christian, another element that I'm actually really interested in, when we sort of look at the potentiality that the significance of the green molecules markets can have in the future, I'm very interested to see sort of how you see that long-term vision. But also, there is oftentimes we talk about the raw materials needed, right, when we talk about renewables. What sort of raw materials should we think of when we talk about the green molecule sector? Like, where will we get it from? What will that also do for like the evolvement of that sector?
So we shouldn't forget that at the moment we import 70% of our energy to Germany, and mainly in form of hydrocarbons, oil, gas, a bit coal. And if we look at the future we have mainly three sources for carbon neutral or CO2 neutral hydrocarbons. It's biomass, it's recycling, of course, if you look at plastics, for example, it's recycling. And the third thing is, of course, using CO2 as carbon feedstock and adding hydrogen to it, and then you produce hydrocarbons from that.
Yeah.
So we see many countries that could supply Europe with hydrocarbons because they have better conditions for renewable energy. At the end, you need cheap electricity.
Either way, I mean, we know that we need to get there. But I mean, if I hear all of this, Christian, it sounds very promising. I'm like, okay, there's a lot of potentiality here. We'll probably see like an upskirt and growth in there. What would you say are some hurdles or obstacles that we need to be on the lookout for now to prevent that they will not block sort of the transformation and acceleration of this?
In fact, first of all, we have to acknowledge, and we are in a good dialogue with the Ministry of Economics here in Germany, that the transformation of the industry is needed. Mm-hmm. So first of all, this needs to be accepted. But second thing is, the regulatory framework is not sufficient to make these investments work. We have to learn that these renewable hydrocarbons are more expensive than the fossil ones, and to create the business cases, you need basically three things. Long-term reliable supply of the feedstocks. Mm-hmm. So this is kind of international cooperation and of course regulation to have certified sustainable feedstocks. The second thing is you need long-term demand, including the willingness to pay. Yeah. Because this is something that needs to be developed. And the third thing is, of course, you need possibility to produce from these feedstocks the hydrocarbons in a way that it's affordable to the consumer.
Right.
If we cannot provide affordable fuels and feedstocks, the acceptance of the energy transition will fail.
Right.
So this is key to develop that strategy. And at the moment, I must say, the regulatory framework is not sufficient to make the investments work. We have mandates, we have some kind of CO2 pricing, but the reliability for these upfront investments, similar to batteries we just heard before, you need to invest billions
the Swiss
and
knife
hope
analogy.
that there will be somebody who pays for it in 20 years for the products. And so we need, in addition to that, de-risking instruments to get these markets started.
Yeah, but it's quite a statement, right? That if we don't have the willingness to pay, you say it will not succeed, the transition. Yeah. So that sort of shows the urgency right there with regards to it. Yeah. I want to thank you so much. But we have a big round of applause, everyone, for Professor Christian Kuchen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing
that with us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And that already brings us towards the end of this session. I want to thank all of you so much for tuning in. In the next Dialogue Hub session, I promise to go into the social media input that you've all been sharing online. If you haven't done so yet, again, there is so much going on at this BETD. So if you hear something today or outside of it that really resonates with you, something you want to ask a question about, maybe an insight that you have when we talk about battery storage or green molecules in that sense, you name it, and we will see it if you share it online by using the hashtag BETD25. So make sure to join that discussion. For now, we're going to have a lunch break here at the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue, but we'll be back with you again after that lunch break in the Weltsaal, so hope to see you then. Thank you so much.
The energy transition won't happen overnight.
This is where we are.
But it's actually already happening, step by step.
Small steps, big steps. Every step delivers momentum.
And each one will take us forward. Because we are an energy technology company, more than 94,000 strong.
In step with each other and in step with our customers across the whole energy landscape.
Providing them with what's needed for more sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy.
From renewable energy, hydrogen-ready gas turbines,
to stronger grid technologies and solutions for hard to decarbonize industries.
we're driving decarbonization
and increasing energy resilience.
Let's get it done.
Project by project.
Region by region.
Innovation by innovation.
Collaboration by collaboration.
We are getting there, step by step.
It's time for climate action. The future belongs to the sun. The world needs clean energy, generated in harmony with nature, leaving space for coexistence. Big challenges require great solutions. Technical innovations and wise use of spaces. Solar roofs are positive for biodiversity. Generating energy where and when it's needed. Goldback Solar is doing its part. Let's work together to multiply results.
The energy transition won't happen overnight.
This is where we are.
But it's actually already happening, step by step.
Small steps, big steps. Every step delivers momentum.
And each one will take us forward. Because we are an energy technology company more than 94,000 strong.
In step with each other. And in step with our customers across the whole energy landscape.
Providing them with what's needed for more sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy.
From renewable energy, hydrogen-ready gas turbines,
To stronger grid technologies and solutions for how to decarbonize industries.
we're driving decarbonization.
And increasing energy resilience.
Let's get it done.
Project by project.
Region by region.
Innovation by innovation.
Collaboration by collaboration.
We are getting there, step by step.
It's time for climate action. The future belongs to the sun. The world needs clean energy, generated in harmony with nature, leaving space for coexistence. Big challenges require great solutions. Technical innovations and wise use of spaces. Solar roofs are positive for biodiversity. Generating energy where and when it's needed. Goldback Solar is doing its part. Let's work together to multiply results.
The energy transition won't happen overnight.
This is where we are.
But it's actually already happening, step by step.
Small steps, big steps. Every step delivers momentum.
And each one will take us forward.
Because we are an energy technology company more than 94,000 strong.
In step with each other. And in step with our customers across the whole energy landscape.
Providing them with what's needed for more sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy.
From renewable energy, hydrogen-ready gas turbines,
To stronger grid technologies and solutions for hard to decarbonize industries.
we're driving decarbonization.
And increasing energy resilience.
Let's get it done.
Project by project.
Region by region.
Innovation by innovation.
Collaboration by collaboration.
We are getting there, step by step.
It's time for climate action. The future belongs to the sun. The world needs clean energy, generated in harmony with nature, leaving space for coexistence. Big challenges require great solutions. Technical innovations and wise use of spaces. Solar roofs are positive for biodiversity. Generating energy where and when it's needed. Goldback Solar is doing its part. Let's work together to multiply results.
The energy transition won't happen overnight.
This is where we are.
But it's actually already happening, step by step.
Small steps, big steps. Every step delivers momentum.
And each one will take us forward.
Because we are an energy technology company more than 94,000 strong.
In step with each other. And in step with our customers across the whole energy landscape.
Providing them with what's needed for more sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy.
From renewable energy, hydrogen-ready gas turbines,
To stronger grid technologies and solutions for hard to decarbonize industries.
we're driving decarbonization.
And increasing energy resilience.
Let's get it done.
Project by project.
Region by region.
Innovation by innovation.
Collaboration by collaboration.
We are getting there, step by step.
It's time for climate action. The future belongs to the sun. The world needs clean energy, generated in harmony with nature, leaving space for coexistence. Big challenges require great solutions. Technical innovations and wise use of spaces. Solar roofs are positive for biodiversity. Generating energy where and when it's needed. Gold-backed solar is doing its part. Let's work together to multiply results.
Welcome to the 11th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue.
Welcome back, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody had a great lunch break, got a chance to do some networking, and perhaps also visit our sessions in the Europasaal or the Lesehof. We've had very productive discussions so far that have served as a reminder that now more than ever, the challenges that we face are complex and interdependent. If we're serious about fulfilling our tripling up renewables pledge, that means that we must simultaneously unlock new sources of finance, accelerate the build out and development of infrastructure, bolster resilient supply chains, foster institutional capacity, human resource development, and local community involvement, and do all those things at the same time. And the fact that the challenge is systemic clearly isn't new. That's the meaning of the tripartite definition of sustainable development: economically sustainable, environmentally sustainable, and socially sustainable, the goal of a just and equitable transition. And yet the systemic perspective so often gets sidelined in practice as we stay inside of our silos. But one group that can't afford to look away from that systemic challenge are the small island development states. They are sometimes described as the canary in the gold mine when it comes to climate change, due to their enormous environmental and economic vulnerability. They're on the front lines, in other words, of what all of us are going to face in the future. And for that very reason, they're innovative laboratories for systemic solutions in the renewable energy sector and beyond. We hear now a keynote from the founder and chairman of the Greening the Islands Foundation, which supports innovative approaches to sustainability on behalf of islands worldwide. He has had a very long career in renewable energy, including as a board member and secretary of the Global Solar Alliance. Please join me in welcoming to the BETD Gianni Chianetta.
Thank you very much for this nice and warm welcome. I feel the responsibility to represent many islands on the world that for many years has been in the shade. And now, as was said very well by the moderator, in reality, there are the light on them because they are natural laboratory of innovation, of solution for the climate change. This cartoon that you see, I hope yes, you see here, is a cartoon of our magazine that represents, on my view, very well what I want to say, that islands can, in the islands, technology providers can experiment solution in a small scale with small investment and see easily the results. And America, China, India, US can learn from a small island state. We have launched also with a great partnership of UNDESA, the SEEDS division, and the Global Renewable Alliance with all the individual industry associations from solar, wind, hydrogen, geothermal, hydropower, and long duration storage, an initiative to demonstrate to the world that 100% renewables really can be tangible, economically and technically feasible, demonstrate in small scale. I let you to reflect anyway. We are projecting to be 100% renewables, all the world, big countries by 2050. But if we are not able to demonstrate in small scale that an island that today is produce its own energy with diesel, with a cost which is 3-5 times higher than the cost on producing renewables, that is really the real challenge. Well, we started with some islands, Curaçao for the Caribbean, Rodriguez for the Indian Ocean, now also Ladig from Seychelles is joining, and Tonga in the Pacific, Chios in the Greek in the Mediterranean, and we are starting to design the roadmap to 100% renewables. You see in the picture that we have different choices. Or the islands wait or receive, accept a proposal by individual companies, or the islands are empowered to decide their own strategy according to the need and with the engagement of the community. And in the picture you see what is our approach, try to push the island to have their strategy and to tell to the industry, this is what we want to do in this island, and we are ready to build this X megawatt of solar storage or wind, etc. And you see there is a methodology, I don't go through, but you can read, but that what I'd like to stress, that the methodology engage since the beginning the community. Well, we are going to present, in reality, this is just an anticipation to the global biggest exhibition in the world, the Smarter, which include EES and also Intersolar, the real scenario to 100% renewables that of Curaçao, opening a challenge for the industry to propose solutions, and this will be announced very soon. You can see here that what you see in the first two columns was the projection of Curaçao to 2030 for 28-30% of renewables, and we did build one of the scenario that you can see, and you can see that there is room for 400 megawatt of renewables plus 360 megawatt of storage. So we are not talking about peanuts. This is another example of the island of Rodriguez in the Mauritius. And you can see also here, I'd like to highlight that in most cases in our studies, you can reach more than 50% by 2030. So why to wait? There are many investments, many projects. EU is believing in the 100% renewables and make islands a case study. This is an example of Project Maesha, where there is an investment on the island of Mayotte to build also case studies. In general, this is the message I'd like to give to you. This is a case study in an island of 1,500 people. There is, with an electricity demand of 0.9 terawatt hour, you can have room for more than at least 180 megawatt and 225 megawatt hour of storage, with an investment of $320 million, creating stable jobs for 230 people and reducing CO2 emission for 470 tons. What is the message from this slide? Because I know that this event is an event to inspire the energy transition, and I'd like to give a message that even a small island, if you put together all the renewables, is interesting for the investor. We are talking about more than 300 million euro for a small island. Imagine put together all the 100,000 of islands in the world. Think about Philippines, think about Indonesia, etc. We are talking about more than 1 terawatt of renewables. Think that the target of to 2030 globally is 11 terawatts. Well, the island, then they can contribute, considering onshore and offshore, a lot. But we need to unlock. The technology is there. Why the islands are paying so much? 3 times more, 5 times more than the mainland. Well, the problem that is valid in the mainland is more valid in the island. There are old regulations permitting, which is not need to be streamlined, and together with the Global Renewable Alliance, we launched at COP29 the Plenary recommendation for islands that as a target, I'm not going through the single one, but I'd like to give a message that is very important to streamline, digitalize, create transparency, and mapping in the sea and in the island, mapping where the governments want to make the project to facilitate investment and to include the community since the beginning, to think about, and this is the point of the islands as laboratory, as kindly the moderator said before, you can test the nexus with energy, with mobility, with agriculture, with all the sector in a small scale, and it's very important that policy and the permitting go in that direction, as well as grid. No, we talk about grid, smart grid, storage, a lot of innovation, and but we need to really streamline all these processes, and indeed we need to standardize in order to create trust and ensuring quality. The last message I'd like to give you is that in Greedy Islands, we have a dream that is not anymore a dream, to build an island model, to build around the world, all over the world, islands that are ideal, fully sustainable, 100% renewables, and so people, everybody, government, can touch base what does mean, no? To have a place fully renewables. What is a place fully sustainable? No, everywhere spread in the world. But not only for islands, but think about, try to give a message. Anyway, what we experiment in the island can be replicated in the mainland. Before, connection is very important for creating, of course, connection between places, but each places, each town need to be as much as possible self-sufficient. We can create island models in the mainland. Think about rebuilding Ukraine with the island model, rebuilding the town in a way that each town, small town, can be self-sufficient with renewables, can be for sure more resilient. And maybe, I hope, this is the hope I'd like to conclude, that of course we can start soon rebuilding Ukraine directly, and maybe we'll give a good example for the world. But islands are leading the way. Thank you very much.
Gianni Canetti, thank you so much for helping us understand islands both as laboratories and as models of what all of us aspire to do. We hear next from a young climate activist who believes that technology will play a key role in driving us forward to a net zero future. A nomad and a maker, she is working with her co-founder and partner to create science-based climate change content, develop machine learning solutions, and build youth-led communities in her native Mongolia. Please welcome the co-founder and board director of Green Dot Climate, Geraltuja Bayan-Munk.
Hi, everybody. Despite growing up in the capital city of Mongolia, I spent 15 of my summers herding livestock in the countryside with my grandparents. I felt proud that almost each of our neighboring nomadic families had a solar panel and a battery to accumulate power, which they used to turn on the lights and to watch TV. Nowadays, they have fridges too. As a kid, I always thought that this was the initiative of the herders, grown out of their own lifestyle and necessity. Then I grew up and became a climate activist. I learned that these solar panels were actually partially subsidized by our government as part of a nationwide program to equip 100,000 nomadic households with solar energy. Sorry. At first I thought, how great. We started out so well with the renewable energy transition, giving access to renewable energy at a lower price. And it was even in 1999. That was when I was just 4 years old. I believed that we were on our way to building a future like this, like we visualize here, the future of green nomadism. However, my optimism faded when I read their midterm audit report and discovered that the program had been poorly managed for the first part. It was only later, with the assistance of international partners, the program finished well. A few years ago, we attempted to map Mongolia's energy system and found that about 200,000 households were unaccounted for in the centralized energy grid calculations. These households are likely the same nomadic families or their later generations who adopted their first solar home systems at least 2 decades ago. This left me wondering, what went wrong? We had plans, we had partnerships, we also had public interest. Now our energy system is highly regulated, and it's for a good reason. We supply 70% of our energy demand through coal-based combined heat and power plants, and only 7% through renewables. And we import the rest from our neighboring countries when the demand is high, and it always comes at a price. As for greenhouse gas emissions, energy is the second most emitting sector in Mongolia, with goals to double the renewable energy capacity and use in the short term. Now on the right, we see a snippet from Mongolia's latest national communication submitted to the UNFCCC, and it states, contrary to many documents cited within the same report, since it's not feasible to decarbonize the two highest emitting sectors, Mongolia is shifting its focus to carbon sink and sequestration approaches instead. This suggests that despite our many promises, policies, and past efforts to mainstream renewables, we still may end up in the business as usual future. A 25 scenario of stagnation, bad governance, and vicious cycles. Now I'm thinking, will today's 4-year-olds ask the same question in 25 years? Will they look back and wonder what went wrong too? To prevent this outcome, we at Green.Climate advocate for the following changes in the energy sector. On the demand side, households not connected to the grid should update and improve their solar home systems, especially now that the solutions are much cheaper and more efficient. Those connected to the grid should pay more for their energy use to reflect the real cost of energy production and support renewable energy feed-in tariffs. We strongly advocate for responsible voting for citizens, demanding better policies and implementations, and never, ever trading votes for short-term gains. On the supply side, on the right side, firstly, stop new fossil fuel projects immediately. Under Mongolia's current energy revival policy, at least 6 such projects, including one international project, are underway. Secondly, improve energy infrastructure significantly. As the UNDP recently highlighted, Mongolia's energy infrastructure is aging, inefficient, and heavily subsidized, with which I fully agree. Thirdly, fully utilized installed renewable energy capacity, which is now at only 30%. It's also due to the infrastructure inefficiency. Fourth, then we must increase the overall capacity 5 times from then to meet demand, which means 15 times more renewable energy meeting full demand. Fifth, we should phase out coal-based power, replacing it with newly built renewables. And finally, we need to price energy appropriately and strategically communicate these changes to the public. prioritizing long-term well-being over short-term conveniences. On the slide, this is my co-founder at Green.Climate and an amazing climate activist, Irene. We really wish today's 4-year-olds much better future in 25 years and beyond. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for sharing with us your dream of what Mongolia could be, and also for sharing with us your commitment to work with other young people in Mongolia to make that dream come true. We now will take a short break, dear ladies and gentlemen. You can stay with us here and follow a dialogue hub that picks up on the theme of communities and looks at the way that decentralized systems can transform public perspectives, that is to say public acceptance on renewable energy. That's over in the Europazaal if you want to attend in person, or you can follow it here in this room. And we also, in our Lesehof courtyard, have a session on success stories in energy cooperation across the MENA region. And here in the Weltsaal, our next and final plenary of this year's BETD will begin in 30 minutes with a look at how intersectional approaches can help address workforce scarcity in the energy sector. So now, it is my great pleasure to hand over to my dear and esteemed colleague, Hajar. Over to you, Hajar.
Good afternoon, hello, and welcome back, everybody, to the Dialogue Hub here at this BETD. I hope you all enjoyed a good lunch break, and I hope that you also enjoyed the inspiring keynotes that we just saw in the Weltsaal. We're running on a right streak with inspiration because we are going over to a session that is incredibly important when it comes to the energy transition, which is all about decentralized energy and energy sharing. It's reshaping how we produce, distribute, and consume energy altogether, because traditionally, we know that energy has been traditionally produced in these large sort of centralized power plants with communities then simply consuming what is being supplied. But thanks to renewables, thanks to digital innovations that we see, and community-driven initiatives, if anything above all, we now see that we are witnessing a fundamental shift where communities are becoming energy producers, right? Where energy sharing is emerging as a powerful tool, and where we see that energy cooperatives are strengthening local energy security and boosting community engagement through this new notion of decentralized energy and energy sharing. And we're going to be talking about that. So I would say a lot of exciting things to hear more about. And if you find it exciting too, and there's something regarding the topic that you'd like to share with us today, then make sure to do so by using the hashtag BETD25 online. That way we get to sort of see all your posts and insights and comments. And I'd love to go over them today in the Dialogue Hub sessions that we have left. So please do that, and I'll be on the lookout for whatever it is that you're sharing about this session. And with that being said, I would say without further ado, let's hop right into our first stakeholder interview, which is all about a technology that makes decentralization possible. And here to have that conversation with me, I am very pleased to be able to welcome a leader in energy security and decentralization technologies. He is the founder and Chief Policy and Global Affairs Officer at Enoda. I want to give a very warm welcome to Paul Domjan, everyone. Give him a big round of applause.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much for being here, Paul. Paul, if I can start, why isn't the existing energy system built for decentralization in your sort of perspective? And can you then also explain how you guys are trying to change that from Enoda's perspective?
Certainly, thank you very much. It's a great question. If we go back all the way to the beginning, 140 years ago, when we invented the electricity system, the brilliance that Nikola Tesla and William Stanley had was that you could have a system that was extremely efficient and required extremely narrow operating parameters, but it could trivially achieve those parameters because at the top of the system was a big spinning power station.
Right.
So in the original system, our behavior was very synchronized. We ate dinner at the same time. We watched the same television.
Yeah.
We didn't 140 years ago, but we did 50 years ago.
At some point.
At some point.
Yeah.
We behaved the same way, and the generation came from large power plants that could easily adjust their output. So the power plant provided two things. It provided power, but it also provided system stability. And it provided system stability so effectively and so transparently that we forgot it did that.
Yeah.
So now with the energy transition, we replace the primary power with renewables, which provide primary power more cheaply than fossil fuels ever could, but they don't provide that core system stability. And we need to move system stability to somewhere else in the system if we're really going to achieve those objectives of net zero 2050 and 100% renewable energy.
Right, and what role is Enoda playing in sort of like shifting the technologies
Certainly.
there?
So we have a platform of technologies that begins with something called the Enoda Prime Exchanger, which is a replacement for the distribution substation. That's the box at the end of your road that says, "Do not open, danger of death," and supports 100 houses with single-phase power. What's in that box today fundamentally is a transformer that's a design that's almost 140 years old, and it isn't able to accommodate power flowing back upstream. It isn't able to accommodate different numbers of electric vehicles and solar roofs on different phases. Our device replaces that and deconstrains that local network, and then a fleet of those devices coordinate to manage our load and provide the same services that power plants did previously. So once we move to a system with a high number of Enoda Prime Exchangers, a fleet of Prime Exchangers, it no longer requires gas-fired power stations or biomass-fired power stations or batteries to stabilize the grid. The grid can stabilize itself much more cost-effectively and without carbon emissions.
Yeah, it sounds groundbreaking if I hear it like that, and it also sort of like shows the rigidness of systems that we come from, right? It's like what we sort of like routine-wise from time have grounded ourselves in, and then we don't sort of question like, does that fit the time that we're in right now? So you're mentioning a couple of things that you guys are doing at Enoda. Would you say that those are like the most important shifts and innovations that are needed to sort of like enable decentralized energy?
I think so. I mean, I think the way that I would think about this is the first phase of the energy transition was about the key question of, can we build renewables quickly and cheaply? And we know that today the answer is yes.
Yeah.
But the first phase of the energy transition has been a little bit like the beginning of the internet. You know, back in the days when I still had hair, I wrote software in .com 1.0. And in .com 1.0, we said, you know, we have the browser at one end, we have the web at the other, but in between is Alexander Graham Bell. And to really unlock the internet, we needed to replace that middle piece with internet routing. Today in the energy transition, we have utility scale solar and wind at one end. We have heat pumps and electric vehicles and solar roofs at the other. But in between is Nikola Tesla, William Stanley, and George Westinghouse. And the next phase of the transition is not about can we build renewables, it's about can we build a system that will operate with those renewables.
And without them in the middle right there as an intermediary. That's an interesting one. So like, I mean, when we talk about this, I mean, the energy transition in a way, it's also oftentimes linked to rising costs, right? What would you say is the real sort of like costs that are related to energy security? Because at the end of the day, that's also like the ultimate aim through which we sort of like want to achieve this.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, we talk often about how renewables can be the gateway for energy security, and they can, but not with the grid we have today. And the reason for that is that the price that we pay isn't a function of the cheapest generation, it's a function of the most expensive that's needed to stabilize the grid. And that most expensive generation today is coming from natural gas or biomass or another form of peaking power that's extremely expensive. And I think as we look at, you know, the possibility of peace in Ukraine, the possibility of Russian gas restarting, we need to bear in mind that utilizing those resources again is going to leave us in the same position where our economic security is tied to the cost of that natural gas that balances the system. We have a paper that we've been sharing with people here at Energy Transition Dialogue, looking at how the cost of energy changes with rising level of renewables. And what we see is that around 40 or 50%, the cost of stabilizing the system with existing technologies starts to rise exponentially. Yeah. So we really need a different type of grid, not just a bigger grid to enable this transition.
Yeah, you're basically saying focusing on renewables alone is not enough. We need a way more diversified approach in that sense.
Yeah, renewables were the first enabling technology, but they're not the only enabling technology. And they need a system that's built around them, whereas today we're shoehorning renewables into a system that was built for thermal generation.
Right, indeed, and that's the shift that we need to make. If we sort of like imagine a fully decentralized energy system of the future, what would that sort of look like in your ideal image, and what roles would renewables then play in that sort of like subset?
Certainly, I mean, the role is enormous, obviously, but what does a fully decentralized energy system mean? What I think it means is from anywhere to anywhere, and agnostic to the nature of supply and demand. So there's a concept in the European Union of energy communities, which is a beautiful concept. The idea that each community can think about what are the best resources for its needs. It can integrate renewables. It can integrate renewables with local heating or cooling or other priorities. Unfortunately, the grids we have today can't work that way. We need to produce a dramatic increase in flexibility in the grid itself so that individuals, businesses, communities can make the energy choices they want about generation, about storage, about consumption, without being hamstrung by the very narrow operating parameters of our current grid.
Right, right. And I mean, it is a big sort of like step and skill that we then need to make, but I do hear you say that that it's one worth walking towards. I want to thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Well, we have a big round of applause, everyone, for Paul Domian. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. Thanks. And we're not ending there, because there's a lot more to discuss when it comes to decentralizing energy. And that is what I'm going to do in the next deep dive sessions with my new guests. So may I also ask the CEO of Solar Power Europe, who advocates for clean energy policies and expansion across the continent. May we have a big round of applause, everyone, for Walburga Hemelsberger. And then I also want a big round of applause for the Permanent Secretary for Environment and Climate Change of Fiji. A big round of applause for Dr. Sivendra Michael. There they are. Welcome. Please do join me here. Welcome to the both of you. Thank you so much for being here. Mrs. Hemelsberger, if I can start with you. When we talk about decentralized energy, why would you say that it's so key to both energy security on the one hand, but also public acceptance, which we have heard over and over again actually at BTD, that's still something where, a lot of advocacy and messaging work needs to sort of get behind. What's like the key role of decentralized energy there?
So maybe to start with first saying that decentralized energy is not a means to an end, but we're doing it because we want to decarbonize our societies. That's our main goal, but also, and that comes more and more into the focus of policymaking. We want to have secure societies, and we want to be competitive again. And all of this points to one solution, and that is renewables. And renewables, as we all know, 70% of renewables are connected to the decentralized electricity grid. And this is why, it is so important to strengthen those grids. Now, your question, it is the cheapest electricity, it is the most secure electricity, and it is also something where people can get engaged with.
Right.
Security, I don't think I need to explain. If it's decentralized, it's much less prone to attacks. We see that at the moment in Ukraine, so it's more secure. It's also homegrown. In Europe, that is particularly important just because we do not have those energy sources, cheap energy sources, so we need to have homegrown electricity. And public acceptance, it is really great that people today can engage and not just energy takers. They can produce their own electricity, they can sell their own electricity, and we're coming to the energy sharing part of things. So you're really getting engaged. There's also business models where, when we even talk about larger solar parks, the communities around those large solar parks get benefits out of those parks. So it's really bringing benefits to consumers, bringing benefits to communities at large. And this is helping the buy-in for the energy transition, which is a very complex task. We should not ignore that.
No, but I mean, if I hear you speak like that, it's like there's such a solid case to be made for it, right? We do see indeed how fundamentally important it is to sort of like make ourselves more adaptive to crisis situations. You mentioned the example of Ukraine. We see that it like drives community engagement, because whether we're talking about like energy sharing or like sort of just have that be more locally organized, it makes it such that people are way more involved. So, I mean, there's all-round benefits that I hear on that side in scaling it up. Dr. Michael, if I can go to you and we look at the specific case of Fiji, could you explain more to us about how decentralized renewable energy systems are a part of your country specifically? Like, what sort of challenges and opportunities do you see?
Thank you. I think first to acknowledge that we may be worlds apart, like here in Germany and the Pacific, but we all have similar interests, right?
Yeah.
Which is towards cleaner and greener economies.
Yeah.
And Fiji, for those that are not aware, is an archipelago made up of over 300 islands. And so decentralization has always been part of the picture. However, the reality, like many other developing countries, is that our current grid is that is maintaining transmission infrastructure, it's very expensive.
Right.
And also, it's important to highlight that for regions like ours, where grid dependence is also very vulnerable because of the increased impacts of climate change or climate-induced events. So the grid dependence that we have, it also increases vulnerability due to the increase in rainfall and so forth. So I think going back to your question, the reality is that Fiji, we do have the potential to create a series of small grids that are associated with different energy sources. If you look at the north, we have potential for wind power. Down west, we have potential for solar energy because of the heat patterns. And then around us, we have oceans.
Yeah.
So we have opportunity for
a lot of
hydropower.
resources
Yes,
in that
absolutely.
way. Yeah.
So for us, decentralization absolutely makes sense.
Yeah.
And because of our remoteness of many communities, and also the physical separation between these islands should use us as an innovation hub to test renewable energy concepts.
I mean, it's a perfect way, right? Because you can sort of like see that then very directly between islands. But Dr. Michael, if I may elaborate on one point, you mentioned vulnerable communities, and I just wanted to ask you a little bit more about that. When we look at sort of like the resilience that decentralized energy can bring to vulnerable communities, what would that look like in practice? What do you think is the potential that we can have there?
I think the reality is what we are going through right now. So if we are relocating communities, entire communities, that is already happening, what sorts of infrastructure needs to move with it? We can't have large-scale infrastructure, so we have to look at small-scale infrastructure that the communities themselves are empowered to invest towards.
Yeah.
So for us, when we talk about vulnerability, we look at vulnerability at its core, from the grassroots communities, what it means for going towards electrification, what it means to look at renewable energy concepts. So I go back to my previous point that as small island states with low populations, with low energy demand, the renewable energy potential could be used as an innovation hub. Right? And so for us, it is very difficult to deliver this transition because we are always required to utilize resources from very small pots of funding in an effort to aggregate the resources needed to large-scale technological change. So that's why we have to look at small-scale investments. And maybe those that are seated here in this BETD conference, our dream is to find that blue sky investor that is ready to fund this major portion of this work. But it's also about ensuring that our climate policies are translated into enforceable directives.
Yeah.
So in Fiji, what have we done? We have a Fiji Rural Electrification project or program where communities are able to themselves enable or set up micro solar grids where cost of capital for them is covered. So we talk about de-risking. We de-risk.
You give them a guarantee.
We give them the guarantee, and then they pay back using through energy or electricity use.
Yeah.
So I think this rural electrification concept is an innovative way of thinking.
Yeah.
And it gives communities that opportunity to drive change that they want to see.
Locally from the ground
locally
themselves.
led, locally owned as well.
And it is a good best practice example. I mean, you're making a strong case. So regarding the funding, who knows? There may be somebody in a room or watching. So we're talking about decentralized energy, but also about energy sharing. And regarding that, I'd love to go back to you, Mrs. Himmelsberger, because I wanted to hear from you. I mean, energy sharing is one of the major wins also that we see in the new European market design rules. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit more on what that specifically incorporates, and also where do we currently stand in the implementation of that framework, would you say, here in Europe?
Indeed, we're particularly proud that energy sharing is now part of the European rules. What it does is, a couple of years ago, it was just not possible that you could share the electricity that you're producing on your roof with your neighbors.
Yeah.
And this this is what it does. You should be able to share that with your neighbors now, at least theoretically, because it still needs to be implemented in the different member state legislations. But it's a beautiful tool because, first of all, no energy gets wasted. It can be used by others while you're not at home, or whether you don't have appliances who are using it. But then also it has a big potential of helping grids to cope with the renewables and with solar injections. So it is really also a tool to help the energy system at large. And you know, there's a lot of roofs which are getting unused, and people can be encouraged to put more solar on their roofs if they can share it with their neighbors.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's really great to have that. Now we need to see it implemented in different member states. There's a couple of front runners already: Portugal, Germany. Now also lately introduced these rules. France has it since a while. So we need to see that much more in Europe being implemented so that consumers can profit and the energy system at large can profit from it.
So you're mentioning a couple of examples of countries that are like being front runners, but overall, would you say that we've made a head start in implementing it, or do you still say that we're sort of standing at the beginning lines of doing this?
I think we're still standing at the beginning of the huge potential that we see in energy sharing. Some countries are taking advantage. There's beautiful examples in Portugal, for example, who are front runners.
Can you share? Because I mean, we heard the best case practices from Fiji. I'd love to hear
more. Very happy always to share these beautiful examples because I'm personally excited about it. There's, for example, in Cascais, close to Lisbon, there is a kindergarten with a big roof and who is sharing their energy with vulnerable families around it. And both are profiting because the kindergarten is paying less on their energy bills and the vulnerable consumers around it as well. There's another beautiful example where a football stadium is sharing their energy with a cancer hospital in Lisbon.
Wow.
So really beautiful examples. And in the case of the kindergarten, they didn't have to pay for the installation because it was a company taking care of it. And everyone is sharing the benefits, and this is how energy transition is working on the ground.
And that is so beautiful, not just because of the fact of how, I mean, we know that we need to make the energy transition. We know that we are at a critical point. We are literally poised on the brink of the precipice when it comes to the climate crisis, and there's no time to waste. But to see this and to hear this and see that a side effect, a by-effect, is literally sort of the community also coming together, and you're strengthening cohesion in that way as well with these examples is at least a beautiful thing to see happening on the side.
Definitely.
Yeah, for sure. Dr. Michael, if I can go to you. I mean, one thing when we talk about cohesion also as this like community that is trying to accelerate the energy transition, I also always feel like we don't need to reinvent the wheel constantly because we have so many sort of like lived experiences that bring a lot of wisdom from it. Considering that, what are some of the lessons that you guys have learned in Fiji that you would like to share with perhaps others that are listening here, people from other sort of like country experiences in building community sort of driven energy solutions?
I think for us, one of the biggest lessons learned is to socialize and contextualize. There is no point in getting all this knowledge from the global north and it's socializing that knowledge, but if it's not contextually relevant, it does not work. And we know that two things that continue to exist: funding will always be a challenge, capacity will always be a challenge. So we need to develop or scale up solutions that, such as the Fiji Rural Electrification Fund, that is, drawing on this public-private partnership as well, so that it really walks the talk. You move away from diesel-powered generators to looking at energy security, energy access for communities or remote communities in this sense. So for us, one of the biggest lessons learned going forward is you can change all the regulatory framework, you can change all the governance institutional structures, but if you don't have the financing mechanisms and the capacities to implement, then you are just doing a lip service. You really need to put your money where your mouth is and try to drive this change. And so we call on private sector to come in and bring this change that they are so responsibly supposed to do. So this just transition, what does it look like? It's not just a talk fest. It's getting, investments into the community, trying to provide for the remote communities that are on the front lines of the climate impact when they are not the creators of the climate crisis.
Yeah, I love how you said that. That's as clear as a call to action as any that we could have. So it's funding and capacity. You've at least made me very optimistic about the potentiality, the impact that we can have, what it does on the long run. So I really want to thank the both of you. May we have a big round of applause, everyone, for Dr. Michael and Mrs. Hemetsberger. Thank you so much for sharing all your insights with us. Thank you so much. Okay. And we move on because this session is filled with insight, knowledge, and wisdom. And that is also what I'm expecting from my next guest. I'm very pleased to introduce to the stage right now. He is the Director of Energy at the Ministry of Energy, Commerce and Industry. May we have a big round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Charalambos Roussos. Give him a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation.
Well, thank you so much for being here. I mean, we're just continuing on because it's a whole stream and whirlwind of insight and knowledge that we're hearing. Charalambos, what would you say are the benefits of decentralized power generation for communities and individuals specifically?
Yeah, I mean, first, as the previous speakers have said, decentralization is a result of the proliferation of renewables. I think that this is a normal and natural development. There are a number of benefits. I would say number one is I would call it the democratization of energy. It enables individuals and communities to be and to act like a prosumers, meaning producing and consuming electricity. And in this way, there is a more equitable wealth distribution in the energy sector. Self-sufficiency, energy security, it was mentioned before. There is also more efficient production of renewables because usually production is near where consumption is, meaning that we don't need to build transmission infrastructure, substations, and this is also a positive for they produce and they give less environmental negative effects. So, but I would say that one of the most important benefits, and it was mentioned before, is the reduction in the energy bill. And in our case, in Cyprus, for example, we use these in order to alleviate energy poverty, which is something that a lot of countries, not only in Europe, are facing.
And dealing with, right? It's a big issue.
I mean, we in our case, we are using also grant schemes, subsidies to energy poverty, especially for households, but also for local authorities.
Yeah, but I mean, again, this goes to show that it's a very strong case that we can make for it. And I love how you, by the way, said the democratization of energy, because it allows people to sort of on the ground be involved with sharing the supply, doing it locally. At the same time, I'm hearing all these benefits that are there to it. If you would have to look, Mr. Roussos, from like Cyprus's perspective, what would you say are like some of the challenges that we're still facing that prevents us to sort of scale up decentralized energy production?
I think for us, especially Cyprus is a small and isolated energy system.
Right.
The major and number one challenge is the capacity of the electricity grid.
Okay.
As it was mentioned before, the electricity grid is not ready for having so many renewables. Another issue is the regulatory framework. The current framework has been enacted having in mind the original centralized production of energy. So it needs the framework, and the new pricing mechanisms are needed in order to reflect the characteristics of decentralized production. And this can be affected only with the involvement of all stakeholders, the regulators, the transmission distribution system operators, so that the appropriate framework is in place.
Right, in order to sort of be able to scale that up. Because I hear you mentioning the grid, I hear you mentioning a regulatory framework that needs to be in place and suffice for it, pricing mechanisms. If we look at technology, do you think that could potentially contribute to the advancement of decentralized power generation?
Yes, we heard about storage before. I think storage solutions and demand response they have to go hand in hand with decentralized production. Otherwise, we see a lot of curtailments, for example, meaning renewable production that could be produced but is not produced and not used. This is something that we face. This is a real problem for Cyprus and for other countries.
Yeah.
So we need to have the storage solutions, but also smart grid technologies, because we need to have the decentralized generation respond to the demands of the grid. Blockchain applications, we see them as having potential in the payment and remuneration, especially among energy communities and peer-to-peer payments. Also, other technologies that could be used is AI and, and language machine learning.
Yeah.
They can be used in demand forecasting and production also forecasting. IoT integration, which is very important in giving the tool to the system operators to regulate the distributed generation according to the needs of the grid. And other microgrid technologies that can also be used so that the grid operates in the most efficient way.
Right. Okay, thank you. Those are like some real, I mean, that's a lot of potentiality that we have there, and I think it sort of shows the potentiality for us to skill up, hopefully. I want to thank you so much from the Ministry at Cyprus, Charalambos Roussos. Can we have a big round of applause, everyone? Thank you so much for sharing that. Now, you would think, does that bring us at the end of the session? It does not, because you have been so busy posting on social media today that I just want to take a quick second to acknowledge everything that you've put out there, because it is indeed the second day of BTD, and we see Ronald up here, who is fresh up this morning, ready for the second day of this conference, and I see that he's brought the sun along with him. We got a sunny day in Berlin here, so I do count as lucky. And there's been a lot that we've been sharing, right? I love this LinkedIn post that I bumped into from Florian, who says the energy transition is a priority, not an afterthought. And he's mentioning that we see the global tensions, right? We see the geopolitical shifts dominating the headlines. And he said then one might think that climate action and sustainability are slipping down the agenda, but the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue proves otherwise. We are making real progress, not just in Germany, but also in Africa. Initiatives like the hashtag Mission 300 and hashtag APRA are driving the rapid expansion of renewable energy. Again, this goes to show there is a wide diversity of sessions that we have at BTD, a wide diversity in experts and people from different regions. And I just love that this was at least enough also for Florian to feel the energy and feel pumped up enough to continue with each other together. And he's not the only one reflecting, because Adriana is doing the same thing. She's reflecting back too on, and I quote, an exciting exchange at BTD 25 on needs and means for engaging young people in a political and practical process, promoting green growth with participation of Elisa Barnea. And to the actual sharp guest here in our midst, they may remember her from yesterday's Dialogue Hub. So if you were here and if you saw it, good for you. And otherwise, you can look it back on our live stream as well. Now, we move on because a lot is being shared, and Ronald is reflecting back on this morning's program, saying, what a wonderful keynote from Dr. Melamu this morning, addressing the crowd at the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue, a just transition and renewable energy access for all people and communities is essential. Proud to be able to cooperate with our South African Partner Association. I love when we talk about justice and accessibility. I mean, it does for sure 100% tie into the very spirit and the core of the session we just had. When we look at decentralized energy, the impact that it can have, not just on accelerating the transition, which in essence is already a big and important thing that we need to do, but also the side effects that we saw on how it can, increase community engagement, create that local cohesion that we also so desperately need in the world. And it's just a win-win factor, if you ask me. So thank you for sharing those insights. Irene is also speaking up about something that is really important, about the importance of closing the gender gap in the energy sector. Can I say here? Because Irene is saying women have to be a part of the dialogue, and that is the mission of the Global Women Network for the Energy Transition. This is why we're mentioning and supporting women's activities in the energy sector, and it is completely my honor to just reiterate that message right here in this social media review. And let's end with an inspiring quote from the speech that Karishma Porwal gave in the Weltzaal earlier this morning, because she said, many small people in many small places doing many small things can alter the face of the world, and I feel that it is our job to allow them the means to be able to do exactly that. And if there's any quote I could end with that also summarizes the very sentiment that we need to carry forward in all the next sessions, but also after we leave today and we all go back to our own respective works, to not forget the importance of that it is enabling everyone to contribute their fair share. However small or however big it is, it will end up being the movement that we need to make all together. Now, that brings us already towards the end of this Dialogue Hub, but do not fret, we have more in store for you for today. Like, for example, right now in the Weltzaal, we will start a panel discussion on intersectional approaches to conquer workforce scarcity for the green energy transition, something that has been mentioned over and over again. So I would say check it out, and then I see you back in the next Dialogue Hub session.
The expansion of renewables is in full swing, creating unparalleled opportunities for economic growth and social progress. But to build, maintain and manage the growing renewables infrastructure, we need to more than triple the actual workforce by 2030. We need all hands on deck, retrained workers from the fossil sector, as well as new, diverse talents. Can an intersectional approach help to cultivate a skilled workforce while harnessing the benefits of inclusive teams to drive a just energy transition?
And that is our topic in this final plenary of the 11th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. Welcome back, everybody. Great to have you with us. The demand for skilled workers in the renewable energy sector is going to surge if we take serious steps to realize our tripling up pledge in the next 5 years. IRENA estimates that we will need 38 million skilled workers by 2030 and at least 43 million by 2050. And with many developed economies facing demographic challenges and shrinking labor forces, in these countries, retraining workers will become crucial. And both in developed economies and in emerging markets and developing economies, workforce diversity and inclusion will also be absolutely essential to attract the needed talent into the renewable energy sector. So this panel wants to explore strategies for ensuring a renewable energy workforce that is sufficient to meet our ambitious goals and that is economically and socially resilient. We're going to be asking how policymakers, international organizations, civil society, and the private sector can all work together to dismantle barriers at the intersections of race, nationality, gender, and class in order to boost diversity and inclusion. And we have an outstanding group with us to discuss those questions. I'll begin with the introductions right here next to me. Her Excellency Dr. Atana Rizvanoli is Kosovo's Minister of Economy and a lecturer at Reinvest College in Pristina with a background in human capital and transition economies. Welcome to you. Great to have you with us. It's also a pleasure to welcome His Excellency Rafael Lotila. He is in his second term as Secretary of Energy for the Philippines and has also served several terms as Undersecretary at the National Economic and Development Authority. Welcome to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Anant Wadiba is an energy data officer at Sustainable Energy for All. He's responsible for analyzing and planning, amongst other key areas, the demand of workers for green growth and energy transition investment plans. Great to have you with us with the overview. And finally, it's a pleasure to welcome our virtual guest on the panel. Damilola Asaleye is COO and co-founder of the Nigerian renewable energy company Ashdam Solar, which also provides worker training through its Solar Academy. And she also serves as vice president of the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. And she's the founder of Girls and Women Technological Empowerment Organization, which is working to empower 6,000 girls and 300 women in clean energy. I'd like to start, as always, with a question to our audience to sample your insights. Our question is this: what are the biggest challenges in your country or organization when it comes to development of a larger and more inclusive skilled workforce for the energy transition? This is a work cloud, so please use your mobile phones to write in whatever word or words occurs to you in answer to this question, and we'll come back to the result a little bit later. And I'd like to start out with a focus on workforce demand and what all of you are projecting when you look toward the future. And I'll begin, if I may, with you, Ms. Rizvanoli. Kosovo's energy sector has traditionally been highly reliant on fossil fuels, especially coal, which has historically provided the vast majority of jobs in the energy industry. To what degree are you embarking on reskilling in order to manage long-term job loss as you transition out of fossil fuels? Here's your microphone.
Thank you. Indeed, our sector has traditionally been and still is predominated by coal. Around over 95% of electricity was produced from coal a few years ago. Now it's down to just over 90%, but it's still the predominant source. This meant that we had many workers in mining, but also operation of power plants, which tend to be male-dominated sectors. But on the other hand, we have a quickly emerging renewable energy sector, which is more attractive to both young men and women. We are, to some extent, fortunate in the sense that the average age in the coal sector is quite high. Therefore, we have a sort of natural phase out of coal and number of workers we expect to have over the next decades. While on the other hand, we have abundant skilled youth who are increasingly choosing to study STEM fields. This includes both men and women, I'm happy to say. And therefore, we see this transition happening more naturally. Of course, this does not mean that we will not need to invest a lot in human skill, in human capital development. And we are doing that at several levels by developing new programs, be it in vocational training, more short-term to deal with the needs right now, but also longer-term trainings and higher education programs to cater to the needs of the new, modern, dynamic sector, which is increasingly based on renewables.
Thank you very much. Let me ask Mr. Lotila to talk a little bit about the Philippines and opportunities there, because you are in fact one of the most promising emerging markets for renewables investments, and you're expecting considerable growth in both industry and employment opportunities in coming years. How are you assessing demand for skilled workers in the renewables sector, and what steps are you taking now to ensure that that demand can be met?
Well, thank you, Melinda. As you pointed out, the Philippines has a young population, and therefore our population is going to peak at around 135 million by 2055. And right now we are at around 115 million in 2025. So it gives us some time where our productive workforce is going to be young and can have the opportunity. Now, however, if there is an opportunity for renewable energy jobs, with our target to have 50% of our power sector being provided from renewable energy in terms of energy by 2040, that opportunity can slip by. Our experience when it came to thermal plants before, that not only the EPC companies, but even the labor was provided not by Philippine nationals, but had to come from elsewhere. So it doesn't mean that if one has enough workforce, that if they are not they are not trained or prepared to seize the opportunity, that they will actually benefit from the transition. So this is the challenge that is before us, and we are working with not only with other government agencies. The natural tendency or the bias of many parents is for their children to take college degree courses, and they do not place much value on vocational and non-degree courses, for example. So there's a mindset that has to be changed, and that is a challenge and an opportunity. Of course, there are ways also of addressing that. They can enroll in degree courses, but it can be ladderized so that even if they finish only the first or second years, they can already be employed because they have the skills necessary for engaging in new opportunities in the jobs created by renewable energy. Now, for specific communities, for instance, we have an island that is the main coal mine for the Philippines, but fortunately is also the island which has the most favorable winds, so that both onshore and offshore wind can actually replace coal as the main employer. But that, again, takes time. So we are starting modestly with only 2 onshore turbines, but making sure that the island population also grows with this.
And you are reskilling the workers on the island who would have otherwise been working in the coal industry to essentially, yeah.
So that's the condition that we are imposing upon the coal mine service contractor, that they should provide for the transition not only of the working population, but also of the entire community, which is highly dependent on coal.
Very interesting, thank you. A good reminder there about the long lead times that are involved.
Which, by the way, also points out to the fact that the transition can't be a short one.
Right.
We have to take into account that communities would have to make the adjustment and at a measured pace.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, and we'll come back to that point. Let me go over to Nigeria now, and Damilola Asaleye. I hope that you can hear us well. I know you've had a few technical issues, but it looks like the connection's good now. You have been a strong energy advocate for clean energy solutions and fossil fuel independence in Nigeria. So tell us about the current state of workforce development in the renewables sector in your country, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
We hear you well, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon from Nigeria. So the current state of renewable energy workforce in Nigeria, I would say We are at our fundamental and growing stage. Right now, a lot of people want to acquire the knowledge. A lot of people are in the industry now that maybe they hear about renewable energy and they want to be part of the renewable energy and they don't have the skills. But as that is, a lot of people also realize that for them to excel in the industry, they need to acquire the right skills, and not just skills that can be used locally, but skills that can be recognized and utilized internationally. So right now, there are several programs, there are organizations like Coren that offers certification in renewable energy with training partners like my organization, Ashton Solar. So with this kind of training, the level of expertise of the industry is growing. It was very minimal before, but it is growing rapidly. A lot of people now see the reason for them to upskill and know that if they don't upskill, if they don't get these certifications, if they don't get the required skills and knowledge, then some opportunities will not get to them, both nationally and globally. There are some projects in Nigeria right now that if you want to do those projects, you actually have to have certifications in the areas of renewable energy. So, and because of that, there is rapid increase in access in the need and the enthusiasm of people to get trained in renewable energy.
I mentioned when I introduced you, I'm not sure whether you were able to hear the introduction because that's when the technology was a bit shaky, but I mentioned the fact that you are very engaged in seeking to empower women and girls. So tell us a little bit about what share of that potential workforce in renewables actually would be women and girls. Is this something of interest to them? And are they being educated in a way that would give them the basis that they would need?
Okay, so I realized a very, very big gap which exists, which has been in existence and is still in existence. And that big gap is very small women are in the technological space. Very small percentage of women. If you go to universities in Nigeria and you can see 100 students, and out of these 100 in engineering students, out of these 100, you probably see maybe 1 woman or 2 women out of 100. And this is something that is very, very rampant. And it is something that we are solving. Right now, when we have women in energy, we have a lot of our women that are actually in the soft skills, in the administrative aspects. So you can see a renewable energy company, and if they have 40% of that organization as women, you really see 1 woman as part of the technical space. You probably see the woman as a salesperson or a front desk person. It's very, very rare to have women in the field. But this is a gap that we are solving right now. And because of that, in my organization, we do a lot of trainings for women in technical space. Women, we have a program that we call Solar Queen Technical Training. And the aim of this training is to ensure that women have the right skills. Women are accepted in the technical space, not just in the administrative aspects. And even if you are in the administrative aspect, there are a lot of things that you need to know as a technical person, as an administrative person. There are a lot of technicalities that you still need to know. So we organize trainings that ensures that all the technical aspects that you need to know, you are able to acquire those skills. And then we also have special training for young girls, because we realize that this problem, there's a root cause. And the root cause is right from the foundation of probably when in Nigeria we call them secondary schools. So when you're in grade schools, and at that time, that is when we decide what we want to be. That is when we decide, oh, I want to be an engineer. I want to work in the energy sector. I want to work in the administrative sector. So what we do is that we go to schools, we go to secondary schools, and we mentor girls to be able to embrace STEM. We mentor girls to be able to embrace STEM. We also have boot camps where girls, we have them in for 1 week, for 2 weeks, and we introduce them to basic things in renewable energy, as basic as connecting solar panels to batteries. Girls that some of them are from rural locations, we bring them into city, and we introduce them to technology. We introduce them to climate change, introduction to climate change, mitigation. We introduce them to ICT because it is an encompassing. There are skills that you have to right from a young age, or you have to get introduced to right from a young age, so that by the time you are going to university, you can decide and say, oh, because I was introduced at a young age to these skills, I know and I have the confidence that I can actually excel in the technical space. And the phobia of, oh, I'm a girl, I can do this, I'm a girl, the norm, the society is telling me I can't be a mechanical engineer, I can't be an astronaut, I can't be this, I can't be that. But because I've been introduced at some programs, I've seen people, I've touched this, I've done this. Because of that, we see a lot of girls actually transitioning and embracing, like we have testimony from girls that were in our boot camps. And by the time they wanted to go to universities, they are doing science subjects and they are embracing, and they are even in the renewable energy space right now. Some of them actually, there was a particular girl that I started mentoring when she was 17. By the time she went to university, she studied ICT. But despite the fact that she studied ICT, she started a renewable energy company right from university. She started a renewable energy right from university, and now she's doing amazing.
So the making it very concrete, making it touchable, feelable, in order to really be able to give those young ladies, those young women, true choices by the time that they get to university. Thank you very much for that. Let me go over to Anant Wadhwa now. And sustainable energy for all helps countries to develop tailored energy transition plans that align workforce needs with their climate and energy goals. You quantitatively assess country-specific workforce demand up to 2050, I believe it is, in some cases even up to 2060. Can you tell us, based on your analysis, what job roles are going to be most critical for the energy transition in coming decades? Where do you see the biggest gaps? And also, where do you see similarities between countries?
Thank you for the question. And before I go into, what would be the jobs needed, let me just give a brief overview of how do we actually do that. So when we talk about energy transition and investment planning, we talk about the transition, which is the technical part of it. Then we talk about the investment, which is the financing part of it. And then we talk about the socio-economic, where the jobs, the water use, how the environment's going to benefit from them, that comes in. So when we talk just about the technical part, we are moving away from coal. We've heard, coal is playing a big role, but we need to move away from that as soon as possible. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take 15, 20, 25 years, maybe 40 years in some countries. We need to accelerate, but that's where it stands as of now. So we've got renewable energy engineers. If you want people to actually install solar, you need GIS people who are going to figure out what is the best location for me to install a rooftop solar, install a utility scale solar, what is the best output, which are the regions that are going to give me the best output for your country. So we need those people. Then we need the installers who are actually going to go out in the field, install the solar panels. Then we need electricians that are going to deal with the internal wiring of that area. Then you need obviously grid management people. We're talking about renewables coming into the grid, and I think if we just followed up on the presentation that was going on parallel to us in Europa Saal, it was a delegation from Cyprus, and he said that the grid is not ready to have all the renewable in Cyprus. So obviously that means that we need to modernize our grid. We need people for that. We need AI people for that. We need people that can work out how do we have either grid densification, either grid extension. If nothing's going to work, mini grids, solar home systems, all of these, this is just a technical part. I think then we have the energy efficiency specialists. So when we talk about energy transition, it just doesn't mean moving away from coal. It also means making your buildings more energy efficient. So we need people who know how to retrofit. We need energy auditors. So this is just the technical side of it. Obviously, there's money involved, so we need finance guys. Then we have the green hydrogen sustainable fuel people that are going to work into how all of these subsidies, incentives are going to feed into how hydrogen plays a key role in moving into, I would say, a better world. I won't just say a green world, but a better world, better for all of us. Then we've got the battery people, who are going to work on how can we recycle the batteries, what is the life cycle of the batteries or all of the equipment that we're using, so that we stick to that principle of reusing the components, so that all of the countries are not dependent on just a couple of, handful of countries in the world, where you need to have their support in order for your transition to work. Then obviously we've talked about the finance, we've talked about, there's regulatory people, who are going to be the ones making policies or enforcing the regulations in the country. And when all of this is done, then we come about the socio-economic impact, where we actually need to talk about the community-driven entrepreneurs. You cannot switch from I would just take an example of India. You cannot ask any Indian household to just switch from gas to electric cooking. It's just not going to happen. It is going to take time. You need at least 5 to 10 years. You need awareness. You need the community's people to aware them, to encourage them to switch their fuel. I think this is the same problem that we have been facing in Ghana, in Kenya, most of the sub-Saharan African countries, that they're not willing to just give up coal or biofuel as the fuel source and rather just switch to electric cooking. We've got private companies trying to work on that, but yet those are the people that we're going to need. When we talk about similarities, I think all of the Global South countries, so we've got around 90% of the youth, that's around roughly 1.8 billion of the 2 billion youth that we have right now, that is in the Global South. These are the people that are going to have our jobs in the next 15, 20 years, maybe 30 years for some of us. But the goal is that we should empower those people today. Let's take them today with the transition, so that, once after 15 years we give them, we hand over everything to them, then they're not confused by what they need to do now. So it should be a seamless transition. So when we talk about the similarities, it's the foundational workforce that is needed. With all of the jobs that I just mentioned, these are the people that we need to start training now, so that once we say, all right, 2040, this country needs to switch, they are ready. They have all the plans, they have all the technical skills, and they're in line to say, all right, I can do that. But if we just wait, keep on waiting, first let's focus about planning everything correctly, then we'll talk about training them. I don't think that's going to happen that way. Even in Germany, we're facing Fachkräftemangel. That's the term that we've been using for the past 2 years. If you go to Africa, if you go to India, if you go to Latin American countries, or Asia for that matter, there's never been this term ever used, Fachkräftemangel. The youth is there.
Labor shortages, just for those who don't speak German.
That's labor shortage. The youth is there. We just need to train them. We just need to incentivize them and bring them into this cycle of energy transition. So that's the similarity, I would say. And when we're talking about, and again, one more thing for the similarities, the grid modernization. That is an important thing. Even if you talk about Philippines or Indonesia, which is quite heavily coal-dependent, both of them economies, when we move to a renewables-based economy, we would need grid. We need to transport energy from where it is produced to where it's actually needed. And moving on to, I would say, just the differences, that's where the developed or the emerging economies and the developed nations differ. The developed nations tend to go more towards, high qualified, AI-driven technological skills. They can just do it. But when we talk about the economies like Sierra Leone, like Barbados, we need to start from the ground up. We need to start building capacity for every single thing now, because we're not talking about just energy transition. We're also talking about energy access and their growth while transiting to the cleaner economy.
Thank you very much. Let us do a second round of discussion, taking a bit of a deeper dive on diversity issues. And I'll start with Minister Ruzvanoli, if I may. The Just and Equitable Transition Project is a key initiative that seeks to equip Kosovo's workforce with the skills that will be needed for the energy transition. How are you involving people from diverse backgrounds in that program? What strategies can help employers to maintain inclusive and equitable working conditions over the long term?
So thank you. This specific program that you mentioned is being designed at this stage, but we've had other experiences over the last years. One problem in the energy sector, but which is also globally an issue, is the gender gap. And this is something that we have taken very seriously. For instance, in our energy strategy, which was adopted a few years ago by our parliament, we have an objective there to increase almost threefold the share of women in the energy sector. Currently, it was assessed to be at around 9% or less. And with renewable energy, this is already changing inherently with these new occupations, new technologies, which are attractive for everyone. And I think making sure that young men and women and youth of different backgrounds have access to this information on what the up and coming jobs and high-paid positions and attractive positions for professional development will be is extremely important. I think we tend to neglect that sometimes, just letting people know of the possibilities and what is coming will have a huge impact, and then they will also to some extent find the way. Making sure that everyone has equal access or equitable access, to be more precise, to programs, be it training programs, be it internships and scholarships, is something that we take very seriously. And we've had several programs targeting women, specifically women in energy. We had, for instance, scholarship schemes where 25 young women went to the US to do associate's degrees in various renewable energy and adjacent occupations. And we've had internship schemes dedicated to women, both in the private and in the public sector, so both in companies and publicly owned companies, as well as in the ministry. And I'm happy to say that some of them, a significant number of them, share of them, actually remained in the institutions where they were placed. We are also looking at new ways in which we can make the private sector and the public sector, employers in the energy sector, more aware of gender specifics and more, for instance, how, and they're going to be trained, for instance, on how to publish ads for positions that are in a gender-neutral way, or ensuring that women are attracted to apply, or how to better respond in the workplace to the needs of women, be it through infrastructure or extra services that may be provided to make these workplaces more attractive to women. And I'm happy to say that we have this trend whereby this predominantly male sector is changing, and we can see it also in newer institutions and newer occupation. So as opposed to, for instance, KEC, which is our largest power producer from coal, where still less than 30% of the workforce are women. But I'm happy to say that of the women that are hired in KEC, this is a 60-year-old publicly owned enterprise, about a quarter of them were hired in the last 2 years, which I think is an indication of how things are changing. And this is even, and for the first time, for instance, we had a woman working in one of the coal mine technical positions. For the first time, we had a 50-something-year-old woman who applied and got the job just a few months ago, which was very inspiring to see. But on the other hand, in younger institutions and in younger occupations, like you mentioned energy efficiency, for instance, earlier, we've designed in partnership with the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Energy, in a partnership with University of Pristina, we designed training for and certification scheme for energy efficiency auditors. And here about 30% of the auditors are women. And similarly, and even better actually, in the Kosovo Energy Efficiency Fund, which is an institution that was established 5-6 years ago, just over 50% of the workforce are women. This is both in technical leadership and managerial and administrative positions, so they are not concentrated only in administration, and there is no divide. So these kind of developments make me very optimistic that things are changing, and as renewable energy tends to be identified and tends to be higher skilled, and as grids are more digitalized, and then you have ICT-related, cybersecurity-related occupations. So these are increasingly, women are finding it more attractive to join the energy sector, and this is, I think, moving in the right direction.
And Secretary Lotila, if we look at the Philippines, the share, at least I think the most recent numbers are for 2021, 16% of the overall energy workforce in Philippines was female. That's only about half the share in renewable energy worldwide. It's still also significantly lower than the traditional energy sector worldwide. There it's about nearly a quarter of the workforce is female. So what are you doing to boost employment of women in the energy sector overall and in renewables in particular? And how do you also reach out to indigenous communities in your country to try to promote their inclusion in this future energy sector?
Thank you, Melinda. As our colleagues here have emphasized, the trend towards cleaner technologies have also brought about a change in the kind of skills and training that are required of the workforce. And these, from the traditional, for example, you don't see women in coal mining or in the operation of thermal plants, not in the same numbers but when we go into renewable energy and other cleaner technologies, then engineers, whether they're men or women, have equal opportunities to engage not only in planning or in regulatory work, but actually even in the operation and monitoring of power plants. Mm-hmm. So it's a change that we are taking advantage of, that in this manner you can have more opportunities actually being created for women as well. And in the case of indigenous peoples, the fact that renewable energy sources are usually found in regions where there are indigenous peoples' rights. then it's a way of actually not only engaging them, but taking advantage of the opportunities. For example, one looks at the maintenance of the watershed for hydro areas. It's one which the indigenous community itself knows best, and therefore they can be directly engaged in the protection of the watershed, and for which the community would be compensated for playing that particular role. And then it introduces you into, or the communities to other opportunities besides protection of the environment and the watershed. And as for the auditors, the regulators and the planners that we need, many of our workforce in that area are actually women, and here we look to private sector to be the main drivers as well, because in the Philippines...
Do you try to incentivize that, dealing with the private sector directly, or how do you...
Well, we do
what do you mean by look
encourage,
to?
we do encourage them, but you see, in the case of... let me mention an anecdote. This is not in the energy sector, would have parallels. In the shipbuilding industry in the Philippines, they found that women are better as welders because they have a soft hand, and they found that to be more accurate. And that would apply as well to the building, for example, of turbines and platforms for offshore wind and so on. But there was a downside in the retention of these female employees. We in one shipbuilding facility, we had almost 100% female workforce as welders. But eventually, most of them got married to the engineers and the supervisors, and who were foreigners, and that caused a decline in their participation in the workforce. But as far as opportunities, there are, and we look forward to more of our women taking advantage of these opportunities.
Thank you. Let me ask Damilola Asaliye if you could share a few best practice examples of the benefits that diversity delivers when we boost the share of women and girls, or when we boost the share of other underrepresented communities. What changes in a workforce?
Oh, thank you. So, can you confirm? Can you hear me, please?
Sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Can you confirm?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I just wanted to confirm. Okay, so when we have more women on the table, a lot of things changes. There has been a research on when we have about 50% of women represented in the leadership of renewable energy companies, it actually increases the profitability of that organization. Because women, we are very, very diversified. We are able to fit in at different roles. And the way we also think, when we are thinking of homes, we are able to think of work, we're able to multitask. And we're able to bring that ideas and our diversity into organizations. So when women are part of the table, when women are part of organizations, a lot of things changes. And because we are natural mothers also, naturally we are mothers, so we are able to nurture different categories of generation. Let's say there's an organization that has the Gen Z, the millennials, the Generation X. As women, we are able to actually nurture all these generations and know how to relate individually with this generation in such a way that it brings growth into the organization. Now, women, we are naturally energy managers also. Let's go to rural areas. In the rural areas, you see that women, they are the ones that are managing cooking, managing how to use fuel, be it fossil fuel or cooking with three stone pots, stoves, or whatever energy source at all. Women are the natural energy managers. So now, when women are actually involved in the energy process, in the decision-making in energy, in these rural communities, we have seen that everything just changes. Like, there is better energy management when the women understand the need of the energy. There's better energy management, there's growth, there's even increase in revenue. Because in these communities, in rural communities that we go to, we see that women, they are actively involved in the economic value, in the economy of the societies. So there's increase, like there's a rapid increase in revenue because the women are actually involved in decision making. The women are actually involved in energy decisions, in also deciding the kind of renewable energy or the kind of energy that is being brought into the communities. So everything just changes, and it changes averagely by 50%. Averagely by 50% based on our engagement, both in the training aspect and also involving women in rural education projects that we do. So we see a lot of changes overall.
Thank you very much. So not only good for society, but also good for business. Anand Wadhwa, Sustainable Energy for All works a good deal with countries that have the greatest energy access gaps and also those that are most vulnerable to climate change. And those are precisely the countries where marginalized groups often face high barriers to inclusion in the workforce overall, but also in energy. So how can job creation models in these countries be designed to address inequalities and ensure the maximum possible inclusion in new employment, for example, in renewables?
Thank you. Thank you for the SE for All's background as well. So let me just give a quick overview of the work that we've already done. So we worked with the government of Ghana, Kenya, Sierra Leone, and Barbados. So in Ghana, we saw there was almost 400,000 jobs that could be created if Ghana were to go net zero by 2060. For Kenya, this was 2050, around 500,000 jobs. For Sierra Leone, we're not talking about a transition. As you mentioned, there's a huge energy access gap. We're talking about a green growth. So we say by 2050, when there would be a net zero growth for the country, there would be around 29,000 jobs. And for Barbados, Her Excellency Prime Minister Motley just released the Barbados Energy Transition and Investment Plan last week in Barbados. We estimate around 1,500 jobs. So you can see there's 1,500 on one side, and then there's 500,000 on one side. So the population of Barbados is just 300,000, less than 300,000. And if we talk about Ghana or Kenya, it's significantly higher. So we talk about all of these jobs being created, but we need to figure out what do we do with the jobs that are being lost. You know, once we move away from fossil fuels or from coal, the people who are actually in the mining pits, their jobs are going to be gone. We need somebody else is going to take a new job, which is, for renewable onshore wind, offshore wind, installing solar panels, etc. So what we've done is we've taken into account what would be the net job creation for all of these countries based on the socioeconomic modeling that we do as a part of this whole process. And as you said, there's always been a disparity between the people in the rural communities and people in urban communities. The quality of education is vastly different when we talk about these countries and specifically these communities. And as you mentioned about the indigenous communities where there might not be formal education always present or formal source of education not always present, how do we manage those gaps? So I think first I would like to talk about what are the barriers for the marginalized group, be it the rural communities, be it the communities which have higher rates of poverty, or the indigenous communities. I think one of the key barriers that we see right now is the lack of educational facilities. So either they need to move to a big city, then get some education, and then try to get a job in even better city or even bigger city somewhere in the country, which then leaves them, kind of unconnected with the roots of where they are, where they started, and where they want to go. So I think that the way to establish that or re-establish that link is making knowledge accessible, making education accessible for those communities where it's needed the most. You've got different ways. You've got incentivization. We've got public-private partnerships. We can't just put the onus entirely on the government. It is wrong. We cannot put the entire onus on the private sector to do all of that, which is also wrong. So all of these things, all of these incentives need to go hand in hand. These policies need to go hand in hand. And I must applaud Her Excellency for these programs in Kosovo that are leading to this change. Every small step matters, because it is not a sprint, it is a marathon. Right. So we are not here for a short time, we are here for a good time. So I think that should be the goal that we should be focusing on. Then we have the issue of informal labor markets. So especially in ASEAN countries and African countries, there's a lot of informal markets where there's no regulation at all. So, somebody would not have any form of education, but they're still working. Let me give an example. As an air conditioning or refrigeration technician, they don't have formal training. They are on the job with somebody as an assistant, as a helper. A few years later, they have their own shop. There's nobody regulating if you're allowed to run that shop. And then some accident happened there. They're not the best servicing practices that are there providing the customers. So these are the things that we need to tackle from the grassroots level. So we can't just say, it starts from the universities and then come down. We need to start at the base level and then start going up. So in Barbados, this is exactly what we did. So we identified these are the jobs that we need to have within the next 15 years, or 10 years now, because Barbados plans to go net zero by 2035, which is an amazing target. We looked at all the universities, so starting from the basic level, primary, secondary, middle, higher education, universities, college, tertiary education, vocational institutes. Where are they located? What is the population density of it? What is the demographics of that place? And then you add the gender split into that, and then you can see that most of the places in the university are traditionally, occupied by men in these traditionally male-dominated fields. So we are promoting women in STEM. So we've got a program that supports in Panama, so in Latin American countries, and in Africa, that promotes women in STEM. So these are some of the things that we can do and we have done, and they have proved to be beneficial for the country, that would have not just the gender balance and equality, but also the inclusion of under-marginalized groups in the bigger energy transition.
Thank you very much for sharing that. Let us get a quick look at the result of our Slido question that we did not yet see. So here we asked, what are the biggest challenges in your country when it comes to development of a larger and more inclusive skilled workforce for the energy transition? And the big ones here, gender bias, as we have mentioned several times, money, lack of financing, education and training. Then we have a little bit smaller print, as it were, issues like systemic inequalities, sexism, so feeding into the gender bias, awareness, structural discrimination, administration, development, I assume vet development means for veterans? Education and training. Okay, thank you. Very good. Vocational education and training, exactly. Thank you very much. And vested interests, bureaucratic procedures, technical capacity support, standards, regulatory frameworks, prioritization. Let me kind of wrap all of those into one last question to all of you with the request for brief answers, if you would. What we're seeing here is, for this marathon that we're talking about, political will is going to be needed, and cooperation between the public and private sectors to address a lot of these barriers. So to each of you, the question, what for you is the top priority looking forward when it comes to public-private collaboration to address barriers and bring them down so that we can have a more inclusive, skilled workforce for the transition? Minister?
Yes, fortunately, the private sector we've seen in Kosovo, but also in the region, has moved forward, and it has moved forward faster than the public sector and regulation. What we are trying to do is streamline all of this, to integrate the best practices, to involve the private sector in the development of the courses. That, on the other hand, is very helpful for us, because having the private sector with experience, they already know what is missing and they already know the gaps in the system. So what we're trying to do now is set up the licensing, certification schemes, and ensuring that these help to make the system safer and better, and on the other hand, are not an excessive burden on the private sector, is, I think, a key challenge moving forward.
Thank you. Secretary Lotila?
Along those lines, we are working with the private sector, but here there is room for international cooperation and partnership, because we do see that while we need our own workforce for our energy transition, there is willingness on the part of the Philippines, as part of its contribution to the global transition, to provide part of that of the human resource requirements for the international markets as well.
Let's remember that your country is one of the biggest labor exporters in the world.
True, but what we'd like to, precisely because of that, there are lessons to be learned. That, for example, the local companies in the Philippines need to grow, and the individual workers would have to grow with the companies. So we need not send individuals, but rather we can send an entire team, and they will therefore benefit from the value add that their services will bring to the country. And whenever there is a slack in, for example, in work opportunities in the country, we fill them elsewhere, and then they take turns. So the net gain to the country in terms of the human resource will be much less than if we train them, then we spend for their training, then they go abroad and we lose them completely. Right. So it's not a fair system.
Yeah.
But here, if we cooperate among ourselves, then we will be able to have a truly just transition.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. I'll go over to Nigeria and Damilola Asaleye, if you would. Same question to you. The most crucial priority that you see for public sector, private sector collaboration to truly put into place the kind of skilled and diverse workforce that we're going to need.
Okay, so at my side, I would say for public sector and private sector, it is very, very important that we have workable policies and cooperation from the private sector with the public sector, while the public sector should actually develop the policies that will ensure that the private sector are able to implement. And these policies, when we have them issued, we should ensure that they are gender inclusive. If we look at the result, we see that gender bias is very, very shouting, is very paramount there. So our policies should ensure that there's gender inclusiveness. And when we say include, it should be implementable. It shouldn't be just by paper. We should ensure that strategies to implement the gender inclusiveness is in place. Workable strategies to ensure that those implementation are able to be done. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. And finally, to Anant Wadhwa, and one thing that I might guess you would share is the importance of data for informed policymaking, because you've shared a lot of very valuable data with you, and clearly that's a key role that Sustainable Energy for All can play. But perhaps you want to pick up that ball and add to it.
Thank you. No, I was actually going to start just by saying that before we do all of this, public and private partnerships, we need to take a step back and use data to actually see what is that's needed in that specific context, either for the country or for the state, or we can go down to whatever level that we want. But I would like to add, just on that, we always talk about P, so public-private partnerships. Let's add another P. Let's add public-private philanthropic partnerships, where we can have all the money, all the legislative action, all the private sector experience, leverage that using data, using tools. We've got AI. That's not going anywhere. That's our reality, and that's our future. Let's leverage all of that to give us a just and inclusive future. I think I'll leave it at that.
We have one more minute. Anybody could add a final closing word if they have one. Please, Secretary, you're looking very expectant, but...
Well, just on the partnerships, I think that as we have learned, for example, in our sea-based workers who are in most of the European fleets, what the European companies have done is to invest in the training and the schooling of the workforce, even at university or pre-university levels. So that has meant a lot in terms of giving people opportunities where otherwise they would be unable to do so. And that's what we would like to see as well in the energy transition.
And that, of course, picks up on the barrier that many people named, namely funding and money as key barriers. Thank you so much to all of you for being with us and sharing your insights and experience in how we build that inclusive and skilled workforce that we need to realize our ambitious tripling up renewable energy goal. Let's give them a warm round of applause, please. And thank you also to all of our audience who have stuck with us throughout the afternoon. Very grateful for your attention and your participation. We are slowly moving toward the close of BETD 25. And as you know, we are also moving toward the second half of this decade that is so crucial for realization of our 2030 goals, which is why our final dialogue hub over in the Europazal now will explore the road ahead. It's a great pleasure to hand over to Hajar one last time, and we will be back in 15 minutes for our closing session here in the Weltsaal. So over to you, Hajar.
Good afternoon, hello, and welcome back, everyone, here at the Dialogue Hub for our final session of this 2025 Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. It's amazing that you're tuning in with us here for this very last session, because boy, can we say that it's been an incredible 2 days, filled with commitments that we've heard from people, sharp insights, sharp questions. We've heard critical examples, best case practice examples that have been shared so much, and now we are here wrapping up this Dialogue Hub streak with the very final session. And as we're doing so, there is one critical question left that we need to answer, and that is, what is next? Because we know that with only 5 years left to meet the ambitious targets, right, of tripling renewable energy capacity, but also doubling down on energy efficiency, that there is work to do. So we see that there are critical milestones ahead. We have COP30 coming up. Everyone, what we're going to do once we leave BETD here and go back to our respective desks to work. So I'm very excited that in this final session, I get to speak with a stellar lineup of speakers on those critical next steps that we all collectively need to make. So in this final session, I would say, without further ado, let's hop right into our first interview. And to do that, I am very honored and pleased to welcome the Cabinet Secretary for Net Zero and Energy from Scotland. May we have a big round of applause in welcoming Ms. Gillian Martin. Welcome. Welcome.
Hi, hi.
Welcome, Gillian. It's amazing to have you here. Gillian, I was just sketching how eventful everything has been, right? We know that we have these ambitious targets that we still need to meet, but we also know that these past few weeks, if only, just have been very eventful, both in terms of international security, energy, climate policy. Amidst all these sorts of developments that we see, how are you still optimistic and hopeful about us being able to meet those targets that we've set?
I'm optimistic because we have to be sure that those of us who have decided on a journey of decarbonisation of whatever type, whether it's decarbonisation of our energy, whether it's decarbonisation of our land use and whatever, we know this is a long-term thing. We need to stay the course.
Right.
So things happen in the global arena that we can't control.
Yeah.
Okay, and I think that gives us all the more reason to stick to our guns, and follow in that trajectory. My government has had the policy that we want to decarbonise for many, many years, and we've been working towards this goal. It's one of the reasons why we're one of the major renewable energy producers in the UK and indeed Europe, is because we've had that certainty. And I would say that the global uncertainty at the moment gives us an extra reason why we have to stay the course in this. Things are going to change. Things are going to change that we can't control. We obviously want to protect ourselves in terms of energy security.
Right.
We still feel, although that we're not EU members anymore, unfortunately, Scotland still feels very European, and we feel very aligned and connected to Europe.
Yeah.
And I think that if we stick together and we have a synergy of policy in terms of decarbonising, and we challenge each other, but we work together on the solutions,
that we can
then we will
sort of
stay
lead
the
way.
course.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's an existential issue that we're facing here.
It's
It's climate
very much
change,
so.
but it's also energy security as well.
Yeah, it's very broad, and I love how you say the way to sort of overcome that is through cohesion. It's through sort of like feeling that connection all together. Do you still though feel like, even when we look at like sort of overall Europe, do we make it enough of a top priority to say we're gonna achieve net zero?
I think we need to be very careful that we don't just say we're going to achieve net zero on its own sake.
Right.
We are going to achieve net zero because of what it is going to bring in terms of prosperity to the nations of the EU, in terms of the jobs, in terms of the potential for our citizens to have a lower cost of living. And what we're going to do in terms of, I think, the health and well-being of our citizens as well. And I think we need to be able to, sometimes I think when we say net zero, we don't put it in context enough for people.
Yeah.
And obviously I don't need to tell anyone in Berlin that we have voices in politics who are from the far right in particular, and we have those similar voices in the UK and obviously in other countries as well, who want to say net zero is a scam or a hoax, or it's been done for nefarious reasons.
Yeah.
We need to be able to articulate why getting to net zero is important to every single one of our citizens. And until we can do that, we're floundering around that. I understand why we have to go to net zero. Everyone who comes to a conference like this understands.
Yeah, but it's about also being able to translate that messaging.
We have to translate that to people. Why is this going to be good for you? What difference, what positive difference is this going to make in your life and your children's lives?
Yeah. And you know what? I think even people here at BETD, of course, we have a room full of front runners here, right? We have a conference full of front runners. At the same time, I think even then it's so fundamental that we don't forget to ask that why question, right?
Yeah.
Because it also allows us, as a community, we do this work every day, but to sort of get back to that intentionality. What is it really that we're doing this for? So maybe if we can make that specific, if we look at the country case of Scotland specifically, you guys are pioneers when it comes to offshore wind, floating wind, tidal energy in that sense. I always say the best best lessons are the lessons that we learn from each other. What would you say are some of the lessons that Scotland has learned from your specific pioneering position that would be worthwhile sharing with everyone here?
I think you maybe go back to what I said at the beginning, is that the reason why, and I love that you've called us a pioneer, and I love that, and I'm going to take that and I'm going to quote that, because that makes me feel good about what we've done.
Yeah.
Certainty. We do not waver from our position.
Oh, wow.
Right? So we actually have an existential issue in terms of our energy supply in the UK. We're an oil and gas producing nation in Scotland, but we know we have passed the peak.
Yeah.
Right? So even if climate change weren't an issue, it is an issue, but even if it weren't, we would be having to look to other alternatives to burning fossil fuels in order to have energy security.
Yeah.
So it's an energy security issue for us to diversify and to go into renewable energy, but it's also an economic issue for jobs and for the livelihoods and the prosperity of the people that I represent.
Yeah.
So I think one of the things that businesses and people who invest in things always want is certainty.
Right.
And we live in a very uncertain world, as we've just said. So where you can give certainty,
it is like
you
gold.
Must.
Yeah, I love how you say
dust.
that. Yeah, indeed, it is gold dust, and it's also. I mean, at this point, we know that we need to make this transition for so many reasons, and of course, climate is a very apparent one. But we also know how fundamental it is to security and so many other things. You specifically mentioned jobs. That's one final question I wanted to tap upon, because one thing that I have heard being repeatedly mentioned at this BETD is how fundamentally important it is that we sort of like pay attention to transitioning sort of traditional workers in fossil fuel sectors right now to be able to help us upskill, the labor force that we need for the renewable energy sector. What would you say are some of the most important changes that we need to make there in order to allow that transition to happen?
I obviously don't have time to go through one of the many answers that would be to that, because this is a bit of a pet subject for me, because I come from Aberdeen, which is oil and gas area of Scotland, and it's something that really drives me. So I come from a family for which there was not a just transition. My father was an engineer in shipbuilding in Clydeside in the 1960s and 70s. They shut down, there was no alternatives.
Right.
My father took us to Aberdeen, worked in the oil and gas industry. Many of his friends never worked again. And the place that he came from does not look like a prosperous place. It still bears the scars.
Yeah.
So this is a really important thing for me. So what I think we've got to do is we've got to recognise our strengths. We have people working in Scotland, and we have people working in the fossil fuel economy right now who are highly skilled and have solutions and want to continue working in the energy sector. So what we need to be able to do is to recognise those skills, and where these skills have gaps, that's where governments have to be able to intervene to make it easy for them to upskill so they can transfer. Because they're the reason why we are investable, the people that are already working in the traditional industries.
I love how you say that, and thank you so much also for sharing the personal link that has for you specifically. Miss Gillian Martin, can we give her a big round of applause, everyone? Thank you so much for sharing that perspective. Now, moving on, because we have another exciting interview lined ahead for you, which is all about the role of biogas in this global energy transition that we need to make. And for that, I am very pleased to welcome the CEO of Future Biogas Limited. May we have a big round of applause, everyone, for Philip Lucas.
Hajar, hi.
Philip, hi.
Good to be here.
Thank you so much for being here. Philip, I wanted to ask you, I mean, I've mentioned at the very beginning sort of the ambitious targets that we have, right? We have this commitment of tripling renewable energy capacity. What are the biggest benefits within sort of like the transition that we need to make that bioenergy can have?
So biogas in particular can address a whole raft of issues. It's one of its great advantages. It's also one of its great issues because it's quite complicated. But it's local. It's in country, it deals with waste, but it also offers farms an opportunity to decarbonize. It can help with soil health. It can help with reduction in inputs, fertilizers, sprays, and so forth. It can change the way we farm, and already is in many European countries in a very positive way. It provides a ready stream of biological CO2 drawn out of the atmosphere that we can use to make aviation fuels or even to sequester under the North Sea, say. And it's scalable today. It's here. You know, we have countries like Denmark who are going to be 100% biomethane by the end of this decade.
Right.
You know, the European Union today is producing enough gas to power the whole of Poland, and we can carry on and we can reach in a world of reduced gas demand for which we're heading, because as we've heard today and yesterday, electrification is around us everywhere.
Right,
But in
yeah.
a world of reduced gas demand, biomethane can supply upwards of 80% of European gas demand by the mid-2040s or earlier. And that's a fantastic opportunity.
Yeah.
And it's a load of technology we can export because we've now worked out how to do it right, and we can show the rest of the world and all of their organic wastes, be they sewage, food waste, animal manures, or be it biomass opportunities in the farming rotation, how to make gas.
I mean, those are very promising sort of examples, stats, figures that you mentioned. Another one that I also wanted to present is like at COP29, the commitment that 30 countries have then made to reduce methane from organic waste by 30%. Want to reduce it by 30% compared to 2020 levels. What positive effects have you seen as a consequence sort of that in the UK, but also beyond it?
Well, you've absolutely seen more and more governments start to think about banning organic waste from landfills so that they are recycled, so that they form part of the circular economy, so those nutrients go back into the soil, because any other solution basically robs us of precious nutrients that we should be putting back into farming. You've definitely seen efforts around improving the technology around biogas and spreading the word about best-in-class technologies to make sure that when people come into this market, they're immediately adopting everything that we've learned as Germany, as UK, as Italy over the last decade, 2 decades. And you've definitely seen a wider move from people understanding that where you can, all digestible organic waste should be turned into gas.
Right. To sort of like use that potentiality then that it
exactly.
has. So, I mean, Philip, this session is all about looking ahead, right? I mean, we're almost entering the end of BETD here.
Yep.
What would you say if we look ahead, and we know that we got COP30, for example, in Brazil on the agenda, right, where biogas will also play a significant role. What would you say are some of the most fundamental, crucial next steps that we need to take in order to sort of unlock this potentiality that biogas holds?
Absolutely. Well, we need to understand the benefits, and it is incumbent upon us as a trade association, as the European Biogas Association and all the other associations to make sure those benefits are understood by politicians, by policymakers, by local authorities, by cities around the world. We also need to make sure that we recognize the fact that there will be continued gas demand. We're not suddenly going to switch off a 150-year-old network, particularly not in Europe overnight and not in a number of other countries, but we can transition to alternatives that are green. We need to recognize that biogas, as opposed to potential other solutions, is here and scalable today, and so is a really brilliant way of integrating waste treatment, the future of agriculture, the decarbonization of food production, et cetera, et cetera. And we perhaps need to think a little bit more, particularly as corporates, and that's sort of part of what we've been doing with a number of our corporate clients, is to think about using less gas and paying a bit more. Ultimately, that's the answer to making biogas available for everyone.
I love that. I mean, I was trying to write along, but there are so many benefits and also so much to do in terms of like getting our messaging out there, creating awareness to make sure that we can unlock the potentiality there. I want to thank you so much.
Not at all.
We have a big round of applause, everyone, for Philip.
Thank you, Haja.
Thank you so much.
Thanks all.
Thank you so much. All right, that almost already brings us towards the end of this Dialogue Hub, but I do want to say you have been so lovely and so amazing in sharing all your insights online also with us. There are a couple more last posts that I want to go through before we conclude this Dialogue Hub session, because a lot has been taking place here at this BETD. Like this post from Juan, who is saying the energy transition makes sense even more so in a turbulent international landscape, even for countries that are not manufacturers of the necessary technology. And I love so much that that is indeed the messaging. We live in turbulent times, and that more than anything makes it so important that we do this together. More things that are being shared. Madhav is saying, excited to represent Nepal at BETD 25 in Berlin. Madhav, we're happy that you're here, and I love to see all the different countries that we've seen represented over these past few days. I mean, I've seen people from, now Nepal, Kazakhstan, Fiji, Kenya, Morocco, New Zealand, Slovenia, you name it, and we have had it here at this BETD 2025, so that is great to see. Now, the second day at this BETD, and we managed to also see this amazing team picture here for a photo, and they're saying happy to be here and join the dialogue. We're very happy that you guys are here as well. And this quote, which I thought was an important one, global cooperation will be critical in making sure recycling technologies can be available in markets around the world. I think that's the key word, right? The word that we've all heard. It's cooperating together, it's doing it globally. If anything, we see right now that the status quo is a very shaking time, right? There's a lot of turbulence in the world. We know that there are security issues that we're dealing with. We know that time is ticking when it comes to these ambitious targets that we've reached. And as I said, we are poised on the brink of the precipice of this climate crisis that we're dealing with. At the same time, we know that if the status quo is shaking, the best thing that we can hold on to for steadiness is each other. That is the unchanging factor, right? That we do this collectively, that we do it together. And that is why I want to thank you all so much for all the energy that you've brought here, all the inspiring examples, all the commitments that you make. And I hope that as we leave BETD after today and we all go back to the work that we do, I hope that we can take the spirit and the inspiration that we have been able to gain here from each other to sort of pave the way forward. There's a lot of work ahead, so I won't say goodbye before I hand over to the Weltzaal. I won't say goodbye. I'll simply say until we meet again. Thank you so much.
Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats because we want to begin the closing session of this 11th Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. Amazing how it suddenly speeds up and then we're at the end. Lots and lots and lots to talk about. And we've had such productive discussions here over the past 2 days with an absolute wealth of leading decision makers from policy, clearly, but also from the private sector, from civil society, from academia, from science. It's been a truly fascinating exchange, I think, throughout the conference, and we want to just take a little bit of time to distill some of the key messages. And certainly, I think one of the main ones that we've heard from everyone is that despite that rising geopolitical competition that both ministers talked about yesterday in the last session of our day, that despite what feels like geopolitical rivalry, we absolutely must work together. It's more imperative than ever. We will not achieve our goals of tripling up and doubling down unless we collaborate. And that has always been the aim of this event, to promote that joined up action between all of us. So with that, I will not attempt any additional summary. I will leave that to those who really know what they're talking about, but I will simply say that we are all very grateful for all the input we have had about how we can do that job of collaborating even better in order to make our economies and our energy sectors more resilient, more sustainable, and more inclusive. I will now hand over the floor to the State Secretary in Germany's Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, Stefan Wenzel, to provide a more detailed summary of some of the key messages that have emerged. Stefan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Melinda. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to express my gratitude to all of you for making your way to Berlin, just at the beginning of the year, to making the BETD, the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue, happen. In a very complex international context and domestically here in Germany, during a time of transition as a new federal government prepares to take office. These 2 days and the numerous additional orbital events of the Berlin Energy Week have again brought together a big and strong global coalition of proponents of the energy transition. We stand united to drive this transition forward and employ its full potential for the benefit of our societies and the planet. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, country representatives, and all the other speakers of this event. Thank you for your great contributions. Thank you for your input and exchange. Stand at the heart of this dialogue. Melinda Crane, thank you for your excellent moderation with your team in the last 2 days, and thank you very much to the Federal Foreign Office for hosting us here all together. It's a very good place to host this BETD. And of course, I applaud the organizing team behind this fantastic event who worked so hard to bring such a complex event together. Who want to know how complex it should view behind this door and the complex technology we need to communicate in the best way. I hope that you all leave this year's BETD with new ideas, a sense of empowerment, and new context to partners in the energy transition from around the world. 10 years ago, the BETD was conceived as a general global dialogue on eye-to-eye level that enables its participants to gain new perspectives and work together often on an international and multilateral level. And it is our unwavering ambition to stay true to this spirit. Only by understanding each other better and working together, we can drive the momentum of the energy transformation, the energy transition toward a cleaner, safer, just, affordable and self-dirty-minded future for the maximum benefit of our science, societies and our citizens. As the events at the BETD once again showcased, we have clearly moved past the time when the future of the energy transition was a yes or no question. Whether some people in this world like it or not, the energy transition is a global reality that is to stay. In addition to the urgency to fight climate change, the even stronger economic drivers of the transition mean that political forces cannot stop or reverse it. The real question is therefore how? How the transition can be best shaped and implemented. That is exactly what we discussed the last 2 days, and my gratitude to all the panelists, speakers and participants that made the agenda of the BETD 25 come to life. The many formats we hosted at this year's dialogue brought together various stakeholders to develop common strategies, some with a regional focus, others with an international perspective. Talking about the local and the regional level, we discussed how energy transition empowers communities and how regions can leverage on their specific strengths. Other sessions explored international cooperation, for example, key levers to mobilize more renewables investment in countries that not yet fully share in the global renewables boom. And we discussed strategies to turn ambitious goals, such as tripling renewable power capacity by 2030 into action. And of course, in every transition, there are also hurdles to overcome. So our conversation have also addressed how to tackle challenges we face, such as fostering international energy transition cooperation in the face of rising economic competition for the emerging huge global markets for clean energy technologies, or creating secure and sustainable supply chains, addressing workforce and skills shortages, preventing dependencies, and ensuring that our industries stay competitive also in the transition period of the decarbonization. We are at a point in time where the advantages and profitability of the energy transition are already very well known, and we've still stayed united in advancing it. And communicating this many benefits of the transitions, this is one of our main tasks. So, colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely thank you for your valuable contributions to this year's dialogue. Conversations like these are the cornerstone of transformative progress, let's continuing our working together for a more sustainable, prosperous and secure future. Let the dialogue continue. And I now have the great pleasure to pass the floor to my friend, to my dear friend Jennifer Morgan. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Stefan. And my gosh, it's great to be here. I can't believe it. Excellencies, colleagues, friends, mission accomplished. During the past 2 days at the BETD, I know we've just had intense discussions with decision makers and practitioners. We've had 2 days of open conversations that I hope, and I know I heard many new ideas and opportunities for more and better collaboration for a just energy transition moving forward. And I think in turbulent times like these, I'm just so pleased and want to say thank you for all of those who came from afar and from here in Germany to come together, because I think the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue, well, it provides an indispensable boost for the green transformation, intense, concrete, results-oriented, and transformative. Therefore, I want to also, as Stefan Wenzel did, just thank the entire BETT team, the partners, the sponsors for making it happen. It was worth the effort, and all of the effort. We know one starts planning these meetings tomorrow, basically. And thank you all also virtually. I want to welcome everyone who's been here the whole virtual, at different points on virtual as well. We all know what a critical point in time that we are in, and that our overall mission is far from finished. And this decade will decide whether we'll manage to prevent worse climate chaos and keep that 1.5 degree pathway within reach or not. This is a task of historic proportions, but also of opportunity. And as Minister Baerbock said, global transformation towards renewables and energy efficiency is in full swing, and it is irreversible, and is our economic interest to stay the course. How to do this is the key. And here I just want to make one point. I think the long, loud legal policies are essential, but we must also always think social justice and social implications together with energy and climate objectives. It is critical to put people at the center, whether it be through inclusive policies or by making people part of the conversation or by focusing on building the skilled labor and jobs needed to build a new clean economy, or by ensuring that the partnerships between countries like Germany and developing countries forge new paradigms, are on eye level, create local value creation, strong supply chains. These are the partnerships and the networks that will be resilient to attempts to disrupt this transformation, which we must not let happen. We know change is not usually easy. It is rarely painless, and it can be lonely. And as Minister Habeck said yesterday, it also requires a readiness to find solutions during times of conflict. And so where should we focus? I wanted to leave you with 3 words. The first is collaboration. Make the time. We all need to make the time to work together to solve the hurdles, to build the partnerships, to build the networks on the ground, then to duplicate them, to accelerate learning, a network of networks. So first, collaboration. Second, communication. We're not winning on communication. We need to tell the stories of the energy transition broadly and in a non-technical manner. There's far too little coverage of the people who are actually doing this on the ground in their daily lives to make this just energy transition a reality. Whether they work for a renewable energy company, whether they're a farmer leasing their land, whether they're a banker financing it, wherever that might be, there are thousands of these stories around the world which are inspiring and bring not only the facts, but the experiences and the heart into the room. So my one specific request this year is to help us build a treasure chest of stories. Tell those stories, find the people who can tell those stories, with whom you work, get it in social media, get it in your local papers, etc. And the last C, courage. Courage. I mean, if you know of being here that there are thousands of people involved in the just energy transition around the world, but you also know all the hurdles that you face. The financing, the political, the planning, the fake news that sometimes feels overwhelming. And I know that is the case, but I think with courage and fortitude, we can overcome anything. And we've heard amazing stories here the last days, even just last night, the startup Nigeria Cool Box that collected an award for developing solar-powered fridges. That's just one of thousands of examples. So I will take these stories with me to give me the courage that is needed to keep up and accelerate the change. But we've got to move forward together. And one of the people who is charting that way forward, and I'm so thrilled as a last, one final person to speak, whose leadership, well, it has already been critical on the international level. I speak from personal experience. And now he is at the center of the EU's Commission. Let's give a warm welcome to my friend and colleague Dan Jorgensen, who is the EU Commissioner for Energy and Housing, for his closing keynote. Commissioner, thank you so much for joining us here, and we very much look forward to hearing your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I wish I could be with you in Berlin. Unfortunately, I'm stuck here in the Belmont building in Brussels. I say unfortunately because I wanted to be with you, but obviously I'm actually happy to be here these very important days because we are making important decisions. I am proud that we as a European Union show strength in difficult times. Some people, some analysts had made the prognosis that we would step back on the green transition in Europe in light of the developments that's happening in the world, but actually we're doing the opposite. There's no backtracking. On the contrary, we are fast tracking. So recently we introduced the Clean Industrial Deal, and as a part of that, the Affordable Energy Action Plan that I have written on behalf of the Commission, in which we promise to not only stay on track, but to fast track the speed with which we deploy renewables and with which we deploy more energy efficiency measures. So we want faster permitting, we want more rational tariffing of energy, we want a better connectiveness in Europe so that we exploit the fact that we are an energy union. We want to decouple the gas prices from the electricity prices, not on the wholesale level, but on the retail level, and thereby making also electrification less expensive. And in the end, it'll be a good business case. To mention a few of the things that we are planning to do. Why are we doing this? Well, first of all, climate change is here. Climate change is not something that might happen in the future. It is here now. We're being hurt hard in Europe by it. But of course, the most vulnerable parts of our planet, the most vulnerable countries are being hit even harder already now. And this we see as an obligation to do whatever we can to fight. The fact that the United States of America have now decided to withdraw from the Paris Agreement, we think is, of course, extremely regrettable. For us, this only means that we have an even bigger responsibility and we need to do even more, because you cannot negotiate with nature, cannot negotiate with the climate. We need to lower emissions and we need to do it fast. At the same time, we know that there is too many people on this planet that do not have access to affordable energy. Some don't have access to electricity at all. 600 million people in Africa, for instance, don't have access to electricity. So for that reason also, it is very, very necessary that we work together, that we look at the possibilities of expanding the deployment of renewables in developing countries. We can use some of the expertise from Europe, from countries that has already gone through this transition or that are in the process of going through it. We need to work together, the EU, member states, World Bank, and other institutions on supporting this transition. Fortunately, a lot of developing countries, especially a lot of African countries, are actually being active in this process, are taking leadership in this process. I will also have to underline that for us, this is also a security question. For me, it's heartbreaking to think about that we've actually in Europe spent more money since February 2022 on buying fossil fuels, primarily gas in Russia, than we have given Ukraine in help. Or put a different way, we've spent more money on buying primarily gas from Russia, or money that for an amount that equals the price of 2,400 new F-35 fighter jets. So basically, when we're consuming energy in Europe, we are helping filling Putin's war chest. This will not stand, obviously. So also for that reason, we need to move much faster in becoming independent of fossil fuels. So this also means a lot of possibilities for collaboration with countries that have an abundance of solar and wind, for instance, potentially, so that they can help also fill the market's demand for renewable fuels for our maritime transport and our aviation transport in the future. The technique is actually there. The science is there. It's not science fiction. It's just science. We know how to do it, but unfortunately, these fuels are still too expensive, and we don't have the scale that we need. So bring up the scale, bring down the prices, whilst hopefully creating growth and opportunities for many countries, especially in Africa, but also elsewhere. The European Union will stay committed to this transition. We will stay on course in Europe. We are in the middle of a transition that will lead us to having reduced our emissions by 57%. You probably remember we had the Fit for 55 package, but actually we are over implementing that, so it'll be 57% more likely in 2030, and we will reduce by 90% in 2040. But we also want to work with other parts of the world, countries in other continents, because this is really a global struggle. So with those words, let me finish by also just underlining something extremely important that Jennifer said. This needs to be a just transition. We need to be very cognizant that for some countries moving away from, for instance, coal into renewables, yes, it will be a good business case in time. Yes, it'll be good for air pollution. Yes, it'll be good for so many things. But for the actual people working in the coal industry, obviously it's a challenge. For the regions that are dependent on these industries, obviously it's a challenge. So we need to also help making this transition possible without leaving anybody behind. And especially us politicians, we need to be mindful not to just give these speeches where we say, don't worry, we will create more jobs than we will lose in the other sectors. Even though that is usually true, for the people actually losing their jobs, if it's not jobs for the same people, then of course they will suffer. So this is something we need to take seriously, and this is also why the politics of energy transition is also about social affairs. It's also about economic affairs. It's about security. It's such a holistic approach that we need. It's been an honor to be able to say a few words to you. I wish I was able to be there in person. Hopefully I'll get an invitation next year, and we will make it happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dan, Commissioner, for joining us and for your words, for reminding us again how Europe is staying the course. We are accelerating, how the social issues need to stay at the center, and how we are only as strong as our partnerships are with partner countries. Thank you for being here and wish you all the best for all that you're doing in Brussels and around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you.
So I think it's pretty clear as BETD ends, you know, our work has to continue. Our dialogue has to continue. And in fact, it's going to continue even again next week when we host the Petersburg Climate Dialogue here to prepare the groundwork for COP30 in Belém with the incoming presidency, Brazil. Because I think there we also need to show our citizens how we are delivering, how the international Paris Agreement, 10 years old, is delivering for people on the ground to make lives better. And with that, I would like to ask, it's been wonderful to work with State Secretary Wenzel. Where is he? Right there, coming back onto the stage. Stefan, please join me up here. And it's so good that we've been doing this work together, not only at the BETD, but we're a bit partners in crime across many different formats as well. And that's been a fantastic collaboration also amongst our teams. So thank you.
Thank you
for all of that.
It was a pleasure. Really a pleasure.
And before we head up, we wanted to do two things. I did this last year, it's not very conventional, but I wanted to ask everyone in the teams from our ministries who had something to do with this to please stand up so that we can say thank you to all who had something to do. Don't be shy. Thank you so much, all of you. You've spent so much time. Fantastic. Thank you. I know what it meant the last few weeks, so it's great. Thank you so much for all the success. And also, we know without our facilitators here, we would be nowhere. You have guided us through. You have managed national parliamentary debates when times change. So we wanted to give a big thank you to our three facilitators, Melinda Crane, first, of course, Jennifer Porto and Hajar Yakubi. Please, you three, come on up. We've just seen you on the screen, but thank you so much. Thank you,
Thank you, Jennifer.
Fantastic. Thank you, thank you.
Device is for Melinda.
Madame.
Oh, lovely. Wow. Beautiful spring color.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Spring is coming.
Thank you
so
very,
with that,
very much. Thank you.
Wait until next year, right? Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Before you all jump up, also on our behalf, many, many thanks to everyone, to the hosts and organizers for making this incredibly important and for all of us, I think, very meaningful conference possible. We very much hope the dialogue continues, as you said, because we think it's essential for our future.
Absolutely.
And I'd also like to thank everybody who remains of the speakers, all those who took part, also all of those behind the scenes. Let's give them a very big round of applause. Leila, that means you. I know you can hear me. Yeah. So. And because Jennifer reminded us that we should always be putting people at the center of the energy transition, it is now my great honor, on behalf of our hosts and organizers, to invite you to Empowerment Hour. And I mean everybody. This is for everyone who is still here, who wants to join us to network, to celebrate the energy of inclusion and diversity. You are invited to the Lichthof, where we will be meeting to network and to talk about what we want to do next year to make the energy transition come even better, even faster, and even more equitable and inclusive. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
See you next year.
Bye-bye.